Hello, everybody, and welcome to STARJUMP Shipyard. I am Grim. I got Art with me. Art, are you there?
I am here, sir.
I think you're there. All right, cool.
I am here.
You're
I do
here.
exist.
You're here. Good, good. Nice to see everybody. I think we got some people filing in as we speak. I believe the socials are all out. Hopefully I got everything ready. Obviously a big day. Those of you that have been with the stream for a long time, you will recognize the graphics currently running. There's the campaign bar up top. There are the QR code running, and actually, because we do it live here, right? Because we do it live, I'm going to test the QR code, make sure I am getting a proper pull up. I think we are. Yep. I think we are. Okay, cool. That is working. As you know, it is STARJUMP it's STARJUMP's St. Jude Play Live event 2026. So it's obviously going to be a big April, obviously a big May as well. Hopefully everything is running well tonight. We're going to go through all this stuff related to St. Jude. We're going to go over the PU monthly report. We're going to go over Ironclad giveaway stuff. We're going to talk about crafting. We got a bunch of stuff we're going to talk about. I think we're going to talk about what do you call it? Squadron 42. I keep forgetting the name of that damn thing. Some people are saying the rewards are sold out. Why would that be? No. Let me check. Shouldn't be. I might have to put it for, oh, wait a minute. Might have to put it for unlimited. Okay, let me do it for unlimited. That I think may fix the issue. Sorry, everyone. That was Grim's fault. And then we'll hop into the this and kind of go through all the details with St. Jude. So give me just a second. Let me save these changes really quick. Hold on, everybody. Just updating this really quickly. Did I get them all? No, I didn't. How is everybody? Art, how are you? How's your week?
Week is going better than last week for sure. Got to watch the launch. I know you watched it as well.
Yep, the Artemis
Very
launch
cool.
just went. Yeah, pretty historic. Obviously, grateful that it seemed to go well and all that kind of good stuff, which is amazing. Okay, everyone, I am checking something really quick here. I think we're good now on those. Okay, everyone. So the ship thing shouldn't say sold out now. Refresh that, check it, but it should be good to go. Looks fixed. Ohio Medic says looks fixed. Okay, cool. Yes, I did watch the launch, and it was amazing. It was really cool to see. We had the kids all watching it as well, so I think they enjoyed it. Getting the donor thanks. Snoochie Boochie just donated $20 towards the MSR. Thank you very much, Snoochie. Do appreciate that. The donation bar up top doesn't seem to be working, but we're going to see. $40 from E2 Kairu. Thank you very much. Putting that towards the beans. I do have the beans, by the way, everyone. They're right here. Okay, everyone, let's go ahead and get to it. Since people are already donating to St. Jude, let's go ahead and get into this. We just had another $30 donation from Byron. Thank you very much, Byron. Let me go ahead and lay out the St. Jude stuff first. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Let me switch over to the right screen here. As you know, for St. Jude, we are going to be doing raffles for the month of April and May. Andrew's going to be doing those on his channels as well. Okay, for the month of April, the raffles that we're going to do drawings for on this channel, meaning I'm going to do the drawing, are the ones you see on your screen. Okay, so we're going to have a Perseus, a Star Runner, an Avenger Titan Invictus starter pack as a combo pack, a Merchantman, a Hammerhead, and a Polaris. Those are all currently running. You can go to the QR code on your screen or to the Tiltify link pin to chat, okay, and go ahead and donate. That will, and then when you go to donate, depending on the ticket, on the amount of money you're buying, the amount of money you're donating, you can apply that towards a ticket price here for any one of these raffles, okay? make sure you apply that when you donate your money. So if you want to get in on the Merchantman donation or Merchantman raffle, you need to donate $30, and that will get you that ticket. You just got to make sure you click on that that reward. Okay. You see the drawing dates here: April 9th for the Perseus. That's next week. April 15th for the combo pack, April 22nd for the Merchantman, and then on April 29th, the last day, we will do the Hammerhead and the Polaris. Okay, so 2 big ships on that day. Okay, so a lot happening on the month of April. Again, we're already getting some crazy donations in. $30 for Sergeant Perry, $30 from Star Shifter, $200 from Rhino, $40 from Ohio Medic. I do appreciate that, everyone. I need to see why the bar isn't working here. Let's see if I can figure out the bar. Why do I need to refresh it every time? Let's see if this works. Okay, we have $410 raised so far. I'll have to ask Ender why it's not updating. He'll solve that, though. He'll know. But anyways, these are the raffles for the month of April. Again, a lot of big prizes here. I want to go ahead and call out. It's right above my name here. All these ships, all these raffle prizes you see for the month of April, donated by our amazingly good friend GearCon. We want to give GearCon a big 007 for supporting the St. Jude campaign as much as he does. By donating all these ships for us for these raffles. It is huge. We are going to have some other stuff too, some stream decks, possibly a Pigeon Spaceport Scorpius model. So there is some other stuff coming, but all these ship stuff very generously donated by GearCon. We do appreciate it. And I am going to swing over real quick here. Very important. Very important. Art just donated $20, by the way. 70 from Xeno Puss. So we are now officially over the beans thing, which means I got to do beans. Okay, but you know what I need to do? I need to figure out why this is not updating. Let me see here. Stand by, everyone. I'm seeing if I can get this to update because it doesn't seem to be updating. Okay, let's see how that works. Okay, goal met. Okay, we hit our $500 goal for the beans, which is right here. So we'll talk about that here in a minute. Lots of donations coming in, by the way. Thank you, everyone. 70 from Zeno, 70 from Dom, 35 from Bunker. We're already at $550 raised, and we've only been streaming for 9 minutes. So that's good. That's really good.
That's because again, you have a great community.
I do. We have a great community. It all goes to you all. Thank you very much. Appreciate all of you. It's really important we get this next one out of the way, though. I want to make sure this is all clearly communicated. So again, all these ships donated by GearCon. GearCon, if you're watching, buddy, salute to you. Okay. With the raffles, very important thing here. Winners will be contacted within 5 days of the drawing via email. Okay, so when we do a drawing, for example, the Perseus on the 9th, we will then email the winner. Okay, once that email has gone out to the winner, they will, and we have to contact them within 5 days of that drawing ending. But once it ends, the winner will have 7 days from getting that email to claim their prize with us. Okay, so very important. If you're entering a raffle or you put towards a raffle, make sure you check your emails in the preceding time afterwards to catch a possible winning, a winner notification from us. Once that 7 days is passed, failure to claim the prize within that specified time will result in a new drawing with a new winner. Okay, very, very important. Okay. Last year, I know we had some time. There was a few times where people kind of came in after the fact, and that caused some issues. So that we want to be very clear about the terms and conditions here of the raffle. So there you go, everybody. This is the same terms and conditions I use for my Gleam giveaways, as you all know. So shouldn't be too much of a change from how I do my typical CIG based giveaways. So Bunkerfist says, will the winners also be announced on stream? Yeah, we probably will. Obviously, we want to make sure we don't dox anybody, and we'll just tell their gamer tags or what have you, or their Star Citizen community name. But yeah, we'll be pretty open about who's winning. And again, if it the winner doesn't claim the prize, we'll do a new drawing for that, like we've done in the past. So again, big shout out to GearCon. Thank you, GearCon, very much. I know you may be watching some incredible raffle ships this year. I mean, take a look at the list, people. This is just for April, by the way. We haven't even got to May. And also, Ender's got ships on his stream, including Perseus, Hammerhead. I mean, there's some big stuff here, okay? So Perseus, just for April, drawings on this channel. Perseus, Mercury Star Runner and Avenger combo, Merchantman, Hammerhead, and Polaris. Okay, so very, very cool. Hopefully, let me. I'm checking something real quick, everyone. Bear with me. I'm trying to see if this will update, but it doesn't seem to. It's like I have to forcibly reload it. Okay, so we've met that goal. I'm going to go ahead and up the next goal here. We need to, we already hit that milestone. That was an easy milestone because you're all amazing. We've got to go, we got to go big here. We got to go big. I got to create another milestone. This one is going to be called St. Jude Kit Bash Stream Viewers Choice. Okay, this stream is here's going to be our next goal. Okay, we're going to set it for $1,500. I'm going to go ahead and save that. Going to go ahead and activate it. This is going to be one for me. If we hit 1,500, we are going to do a Kit Bash stream that is based on a St. Jude charity ship. It's going to be a hospital ship for the kids, and we are going to what we're essentially going to do is have the viewers, you all, the audience, kind of decide how we kit bash it. Okay, so that's something I was thinking about doing. Didn't think we'd hit our milestone as fast as we did tonight, but we did. So thank you very much. Okay, what are we all going over tonight? Well, we got some big things to go over tonight. The first one is we are going to talk about the Triggerfish stuff today from CIG. That will be all the April Fool's Day stuff. We're going to then move on to the PU Monthly Report. There's some big things there, so we're going to watch the the YouTube video they put out for the whole B today, which is really funny. If you haven't seen it, it's really cool. And then we will go into the PU Monthly Report and all that stuff. There's a Squadron newsletter release. We're going to go over that. So exciting stuff. Okay, Art. Anything from you before we move on to main topic stuff? While I get our window ready.
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, unless there's something that you'd like for me to discuss, but I don't have anything.
All right, here we go. We're going to launch into the main topic here. Okay, everybody, bear with me here. Okay, our new goal is set. Okay, perfect. I'm trying to get, this is our first stream, so we're doing it live. It's going to be a bit of a mess. Bear with me. Okay. First thing we're going to do, everyone, is we're going to go over and we're going to watch the whole B episode of the April Fools for Star Citizen. I'm not sure if all of you got to watch it, but again, it was pretty funny. I'm going to bring up a couple things here to have on the ready. Okay. Let me switch over to the Behind the Ships episode. We'll go to our full screen thing here. Again, we're going to watch this. Hopefully the donation thing is updating. I think it is. It's a little hard to tell. I'm actually going to try doing a refresh of that one as well. Let's see. Okay, that one is updating. I think we're good there. So for those of you that have donated so far, thank you very much again. We are only 15 minutes into the stream today, and this amazing community has pushed us to $585 already. Anonymous just coming in towards the Mercury with another $20 donation. So thank you very much. I will be interrupting the stream to call out donations. So if that's something you don't like, you're not going to be happy. But after we watch this video, I do got a pretty cool announcement. I think you're all going to like it. Recon03 just did $50 donation to art supplies for St. Jude and towards the Merchantman Mercury Avenger. So thank you very much, Recon. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and watch this. And it's a pretty long one, 8 minutes. Let's do it. We will be pausing. $100 from Guardian. Guardian, salute to you, buddy. Thank you very much. Let's keep trucking.
Hull C is our premium heavy freighter. It's designed for those players who are really into cargo and they want to just sort of carry massive amounts of freight, that big risk-reward, profit margin gameplay that you get with cargo.
It's just like Jack Burton says, it's all in the reflexes.
Sure, that has nothing to do with this. The Hull A is then the bottom of the whole series, designed for carrying still a large amount of cargo for its actual overall size. but it doesn't quite have the capacity to take the biggest containers, so you're introducing yourself to hauling missions. If you're familiar with the alphabet, you have the A, the C, and that leads us nicely to the whole B.
So one of the main issues with the original whole B concept was it had the cargo kind of in this kind of cross-shaped layout, which stopped it from landing, and that was kind of one of the key features that we wanted to push with the whole B.
So we went back to the drawing board, looked at all different configurations.
I'm just saying, we really got to get Ben Curtis on here. What do you guys think? I think we need to get Ben Curtis on here as a guest, right? Fast Cart, salute to you, buddy. Hope you're well. Let's continue on every day. Another $30 donation towards the Merchantman from Hakwila. Hopefully I said that right. Hakwila, thank you very much. Guardian, thank you for that $100 donation. You're all amazing. Appreciate that.
And ultimately, we'd settled on a sort of diagonal grid arrangement. So we're pleased to announce the whole B.
You notice he held that out a little bit. B. Okay. This was a pretty funny video. I found it humorous. I know some people don't like April Fool's stuff. I actually don't either, but I did really enjoy this.
So when we were designing the whole B, like most other ships, we looked to the real world for inspiration, and I think the actual B itself was a pretty compelling argument. They can carry a huge amount of cargo on their backs.
I'm telling you, I'd take it.
What we decided to do is really extend the cargo grids out. They make them super accessible for the players. Not overly complicated at all with the whole cargo grid rotating.
My favourite thing about the whole B is its little antennas. Don't know what they do, they're just cool things. The wings work surprisingly well with physics, and they actually give a little bit of uplift as well, just from the sheer forces involved from moving them around. Unfortunately, it does come at a little bit of cost over the network, so hopefully people won't bring too many of these together in the same area.
We were so excited by the success that we felt.
By the way, everyone, just a reminder, the Hull B Behind the Ships episode is coming tomorrow. It is coming tomorrow. Unfortunately, the bot is not running tonight, but if you do question in caps, Art will try to grab it. Okay? So just a heads up on that. If we miss it, sorry, we'll try to circle back around and get to it. But, if we miss it, just repost it, 30 minutes later or something. Don't spam it, obviously, but we will try to grab them. Yeah, but the real Hull B video coming next week. Correct.
We had with the whole B, that we decided to really challenge the team and kind of see what else they could come up with using the whole series.
So the next one we looked at was the whole G, which stands for whole ground.
I like it. I'd buy it.
We went back and revisited an old unused caterpillar concept as the basis. The biggest problem with cargo today is just how quickly you can get from A to B. We really wanted to slow that process down and let players savor every moment of it.
One thing we kind of slightly overlooked with the concept is we just kind of forgot to include the cargo grids. So, if you do need to move cargo, you can just tow it behind.
And that's what's important.
Next week. Sorry, did I say tomorrow?
Why does it have guns on it?
Let's just move on.
You did say tomorrow, yes.
Did I? Oh, okay.
Citizen,
I got to fix that then. No, sorry. The whole B episode will be coming next week. Sorry. Next week. It's Star Citizen. Star Citizen is what the game is called. Next week.
You're still on your meds.
Yeah, I'm still on my meds. So next week is when the Hull B Behind the Ships episode comes. Obviously, we'll cover it. I know there's a lot of people excited for that ship. So, by the way, $20 from Dom towards the Mercury and Avenger Star Runner or Starter Pack, and $50 from Joy Pop for art supplies for St. Jude. Joy Pop, thank you very much. Salute to you, Dom. Appreciate those donations. You're all amazing. I did find out from Ender that the progress bar will be auto-updating soon. It's a problem on St. Jude or Tiltify's link side. They are working on it. It's a known issue. So
a little bit underweight.
So I've been with the company now for just over 11 years, and my mission this entire time has been to introduce a ship to the game that truly punches above its weight class. And I think finally, with the introduction of the Hull M
for military,
I've succeeded in that.
here's the best one. Is this getting added to your Orcs fleet?
It has the railgun from the Idris chin mounted, of course.
What do you
And it
mean
has
getting
also
added?
two
It's
beam
been
weapons
added
on the
already.
opposite flanks. And
We've acquired 3 of them.
scattered through
Yeah,
the ship.
yeah. Oh, Art, you know what? I realize I need to share the screen. I'm going to do that now.
Of course, being a whole series, it
I
has
was
to
having
expand.
fun playing in the past and
Which
just
design
guessing at what you
to
were
bomb
referring
masts
to
and
versus
missiles
what you were
axes
actually
and hundreds of
referring
Yes.
to.
Yes.
Yes.
It expands its arsenal by deploying even more bombs, missiles, torpedoes from
I just want to point out too, I did see a bunch of people talk about, actually, again, some people being angry that this supposedly pulls away from development. I can almost assure you this whole thing was done by the cinematics team, so there wasn't any pull away from the game development side of stuff. Everything I've seen here looks kit bashy and just kind of thrown together for the cinematic stuff, so I wouldn't get upset. I don't think ship team members are being pulled from in-development ships to work on these crazy concepts. I can almost guarantee you all I can guarantee you is this was done probably by the cinematics team. So
the spindles itself. At the expense of cargo, because who needs cargo when you've got all these guns?
marketing team at the end. Thank you, Fast
How do
Car.
you power all this?
Well, it turns out all that talk about engineering and careful power management, we can just do whatever we want, so it's fine. And the biggest weapon of all is the file size for the actual weapons in the DataForge binaries. If you try and data mine them, it's just going to crash and show
Ooh.
you Jared's face.
Oh, that was a dig on us Starfab folk.
Next up is the Hull O, which stands for 404, and is a collaboration with Origin on their 404 project. You can't see it
I like it.
because it's invisible.
All right, so I'm going to pause here. Now, there was a lot of people saying that this image here, while we don't see the ship, is probably the hull B, just with stuff turned off, right? So you can see the engine placement here. We can see the X formation of the cargo boxes. I don't know if that is the case, but we do think that that this possibly could be the hull B. The hull B hull just turned off. If you remember, they did this with the 400i. I think in one of right before the 400i release, they did a commercial or an April Fool's as well, where they showed the 404, and they did have the 400i there. It was just the hull was turned off, and you had the thrusters and the people sitting, invisible. As a matter of fact, we added it to Fleet Viewer. VMXEO says we need to add a bunch of ships to Fleet Viewer from this video. So we already have the Terrapin though, so we're good.
P, which is simply an excuse to bring back Port Olisar.
Oh, I love it. Destroying Seraphim Station.
Next up, we want to see if we can make a ship with no designer at all. And this brings us to the whole X.
This is so ridiculous.
Which is extra.
It's funny. We kind of do need a ship like this, though.
Yeah.
Not this ridiculous, but
I
a ship
think
like this, I
ship's
think
gonna
would be
have
good.
A real problem turning, if I'm honest.
It just keeps going.
We definitely forgot about retros,
Everyone's favourite Banu.
and definitely maybe should have added more mavs.
Oh, there's more.
Oh, it's back, so we get to watch it again.
Do we mention it's really long?
It is very long. It's got a lot of cargo.
Okay.
How many more of these have we got?
Just like 2. Is the joke tired yet?
I think a few ago. And you should know I've not actually seen any of these beforehand. So this is the Hull WTF.
That one I think is the current
do
front runner
collaborate with
in
the-
terms of popularity.
Yeah, so it like transforms. See?
It's,
No, you
it's
can't,
Reliant
Kathy.
throwback in there as well.
And this is why you needed to transform.
Yeah. Emergent gameplay.
For this highly probable situation.
Okay, I think that's it. I think the joke is well and truly over now, Garrett. I'm done.
We still have one more.
One more.
See, it's Z.
Zed.
Zed? Z for...
Zed.
No, Z for zombies. Not Zed-bees. Zombies.
No, we're not doing this. This is quite possibly the dumbest thing Jared has asked me to do so far. But yeah, whole B coming next week. Cheers.
Hey, you marketing artists, stop being silly and finish the game. I can't believe this fake episode is longer than a real one.
I'm sure Jared will give his.
Come back and
Here he goes.
meet the real Hull B next week. Sorry for wasting your time.
So there you go. From the Behind the Ships team, Jared, Will, David, Lauren, Dave, Toby, Mark, Charles, Seb, and Joe. So again, not pulling from the actual development team. Pretty funny. I enjoyed it. I'm not sure what you thought, Art. What was your opinion of it?
You know, I think in the last couple of years and stuff where things have been kind of so serious, it was good for them to kind of cut up a little bit on a video. It didn't really hurt anything. It was good vibes, good fun.
Yeah.
I think initially when I first seen it, I was like, okay, this is it's a little early, but meh.
The funny thing is it just kind of kept going on and on. Like I thought they were going to do one or two. I will say they did get me. I had scheduled this show. If anyone saw the first couple, thumbnails that were posted up on YouTube and stuff, I said we would cover the whole B. Obviously, we're not because it is not. It was just a joke. Obviously, we'll cover it next week, but it definitely got me. Fart Hammer says Hull B video pissed him off. He wanted to see actual footage of the Hull B. I think everyone did. I think that was it. Fast Car was a little salty until he said we'd get the real thing next week. Yeah, honestly, when they originally said we were getting a Behind the Ships today, it surprised me, and I was like, man, that seems really, really soon. We just got the Aurora Mark II. So I was a little bit surprised, honestly. Real quick, calling out some more donations. $20 from Rooster Rage for the Mercury and Avengers starter combo. And then Iron Thatcher towards the Mercury and Avengers starter. Maybe more there. I'm only getting a little bit of the donation notifications. They're up to $930, everyone. By the way, we did pass the $500 Ender and Grim Does Beans thing. I don't know. You know what? I haven't thought really about how we should do this. Are we able to do a poll? Can we do a poll? Maybe we can do a poll.
Yep. I can try to get that going.
You can try to get. Let's do a poll. Let's do that. It'll be between one or two things. Should I eat a bean every $20 donation? Or sorry, should I eat a bean every $50 we hit, or every $100 we climb up the ladder? So I guess we should say, should we do a bean every $50 of donation progress, or every $100 of donation progress? Hook says 50 cents, so I had to just drown this entire thing. So let's do a poll for that. In the meantime, I want to. That was pretty cool. I thought CIG did had fun with it. Obviously not taking it too seriously. I was a little disappointed. Obviously wanted to see the whole B, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll see it next week. In the meantime, though, I thought it was really clever. I know last year they did a couple of things for April Fools. So I kind of thought we were going to get a few things, but we just got the one video today, unless someone saw something else. $220 donation from our boy Texas Horny Toad. Do appreciate you, towards the Merchant Man and the Mercury and Avenger starter pack which is incredible. Let me update my progress bar. This is super annoying. I hope they fix this quickly. Everyone, we're at $1,350 donated, and we are 30 minutes into our stream tonight. So that is incredible. Thank you very much. Again, really appreciate everyone coming out and supporting this amazing cause. I'm actually going to check really quick here just to make sure something is working right. Looks like it is. Again, we have some really incredible raffles if you're just joining the channel. We'll go over those here in just a minute. We have 113 on Twitch who have joined us and 102 on YouTube. We're just getting started, everyone, just getting warmed up. So again, the whole bee I thought was cool. I thought it was clever. I actually thought the wide body of the ship was pretty cool, and I hope that's what we get, is like a wide-bodied hull A. But we'll see. What were you going to say?
I can't poll YouTube because you don't love me.
Okay, I don't love you. So can I do a poll? Let's see if I can do a poll. I could start a poll on there. Here we go. When to bean. We'll call it when to bean. All right, chat. We're going to do a poll every 100 or every 50. And there we go, starting the poll on YouTube. Okay, everyone, we have polls going on YouTube and Twitch. It is going to be, when should we do, now that we've crossed the milestone to do Bean Boozle, when should we do Bean Boozle? Should it be every $50 or every $100? Again, donations are coming in so rapid fire, I almost feel like it should be every $100 so I don't get too sick and have to quit.
You're not allowed to put your finger on the poll, sir.
That's okay. You're right. Sorry. $200 donation from Blurry Pixel towards the Merchantman in the Mercury Avenger. Man, the Merchantman in the Mercury Avenger starter pack, pretty popular. Probably some more in there. That's just what shows up. Let me refresh our progress bar real quick here because I think it needs a refresh. We're at $1,350. I think we should be higher though. Why is that? I do think this thing is not updating properly. Oh, no, that's correct. We're at $1,350. Amazing, everyone. $1,350. We're going to hit our $1,500 goal. I thought that one was going to be a little bit of a stretch tonight, but we're killing it. Thanks to all of you in chat. Real quick thing on that, too, everyone. Besides the St. Jude donations, okay, which are happening, there will be non-St. Jude giveaways still happening on the channel all throughout. I have no doubt CIG is going to be giving me a whole B to give away, possibly next week. So, of course, we will do the Gleam giveaways for that. Of course, the Gleam giveaway for, let me back up and get to it. Of course, the Gleam giveaway for the Drake Ironclad is running. You can scan the QR code there if you want to grab that one. Or you can go to the Gleam link I'm going to ping or post down in chat right now. That one is going on. That is not a St. Jude thing. It's free to enter. You can get in on that Ironclad giveaway. We're going to talk about the Ironclad later. We'll do that giveaway on May 31st. Okay, May 31st. So yeah, thank you for the donations. Oh, we just had $185 come in from Ponageyser. Hopefully I got that right. Ponageyser? I think I got that right. Art didn't correct me, so I must be right. Okay, so we've hit our $1,500 goal. Okay, so that means the $1,500 goal was hit. That means we are going to do a St. Jude charity ship kit bashing episode. I know some of you have been really asking for a kit bashing episode, so we're going to do that. I'll schedule it probably for next week, okay? I need a little time to get all the parts and pieces ready for that. So we'll do, so Art, let's put that on the show schedule for next week sometime. We'll do a charity ship kit bashing episode, okay, where the viewers can kind of get in on it, okay. Thank you for the follows, everyone. I do appreciate it, the followers and the subscribes. Let's look at what our poll states. Let's go ahead and end the poll. What's the results of the poll?
You're asking me to do multiple things at once. I can't
That's
do
okay.
it.
That's okay. Oh, actually, you know what? On both channels, okay, so on Twitch, it was every $50, and on YouTube, it was every $100. It was a split. It was a split tie, which means we're going to have to take that because it was a tie. We've got to go to our old friend. We've got
to
go
the Wheel of Names.
Yeah, you know.
Wheel of Names.
Yeah, you know. We've got to go to the random Wheel of Names. You all know it. We're going to do 50 and then we're going to do 100. We got to do the random wheel of names. I didn't think it would come to this, but that's where we're at here. It was a tie on the polls. Hook says every $75, which does make a lot of sense. The problem with that hook is it requires a lot of weird math for me because it is going to be a weird interval. So, okay, so here we go. All right, whatever it lands on, that's what we're going to do the bean on. I already owe y'all a bean, though. Okay, I already owe you a bean because we hit our bean milestone. Sweet. Hit every 100. So every $100, we got to do a bean. I don't know if that's what Ender's going to follow. He could set his own rule. But for me, it'll be every $100. I do owe you all a bean now. So let's go ahead and do the bean. As you all know, there are we got multiple flavors of beans we can get here, from wet dog to licorice to tutti frutti, toothpaste, old bandage, juicy pear, tons of flavors here. So we're going to do that. I actually should buy one of these for art, though, because it's unfair that I'm doing it and art is not.
Your camera's a little fuzzy, just FYI.
Yeah, it's because
I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's because I was.
Oh, because you lean.
Yeah, let me. There we go. Okay, so I have the Bean Boozle here. We're going to do it. We're going to lift the thing up. This new one, you slide up and then you slide down, and it will give you one. And I'm just going to grab one that's on top here. Don't know what it is. All right, it is either. Let me hold it up. There it is, everybody. It is either pomegranate or old bandage. It's either pomegranate.
Oh, it better be old bandage.
Now, I will say,
it better be.
I will say old bandage is pretty bad. Gin and tonic just came in with $40 towards a Perseus. By the way, we're at what are we up on our, let me refresh the progress bar. We are at 1,000. Well, we're hit our goal. We're at about $1,500 or $600 or $1,500 or $1,600. Here we go, everybody. We're going to try the bean. By the way, these streams will get more polished as I get all my St. Jude stuff in order and working properly. We're at $1,575 donated so far. Do appreciate it, everybody. You're all legendary. Thank you for the follow. I'll call it some follows here in a minute. All right, here we go. Wish me luck, everybody. We'll get art one of these. Oh,
that means I have to. That means I have to show my face, and I can't be the mysterious voice of God in the background anymore.
Oh man, it is. Oh, it's old bandage. It's bad.
Nice. I appreciate each and every one of you for that. By the way, that makes my heart happy.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty bad. I'm not going to lie. Oh man, that's bad. Yeah. Art, you're going to need to talk a minute.
Okay.
Don't let them sit in silence.
You know, I'm enjoying the just the look.
Nothing I can do.
It's amazing.
Yeah, nothing I can do gets rid of the taste. Yeah. That's bad. Not the worst one, though. I do think the worst one is like wet dog is pretty bad. Burnt rubber is pretty bad. This is not the worst one. It's not pleasant, though. It's not pleasant. I can't get it down. Art's leaving me in the wind here.
Just gotta plug your nose and just let it go.
The problem is it's a jelly bean and it gets stuck in your teeth, and then the bad taste is just sitting there, festering. It's just sitting there, festering. Okay, I was able to get it down. Let's take a drink here. Okay. Todd, $20 towards the Mercury and $100 from MT Stunner. Thank you very much, both of you. Do appreciate it. I just realized I have okay, there we go. Thank you for those donations. Whoa, $275 from Brian Havoc. Absolutely killing it, everybody. I really don't know what to say. I was hoping we'd get to that $500 thing, and you guys are killing it. I need to set another milestone already.
I was going to say, we need to set a goal.
We need to set another milestone. Okay, so let's do this. So we did the Kit Bash stream. Okay, I'm going to create a new one here. I'm going to create a new one. Create a milestone here. And this, I'm going to do a Fleet Builders episode. Now, this is something we haven't done in a long time. A long-ass time. Fleet Builders episode. We're going to set the goal at $2,500. Save the change. I know you all love Fleet Builders, something me and Ender used to do. I'm going to activate that, $2,500, okay? We're going to go ahead and activate that. I will do a Fleet Builders episode, and we'll make it a good one, okay? It'll be a really good one. So there we go. Okay. Whew. Call out a few follows here. I want to make sure I get to those. Mr. Meatball, thank you for the follow. Rhino, thank you for resubscribing for 1 month at tier 1. Dre's for the follow. Do appreciate that. Let me get Negligent, thank you for the follow. And Kier Gayuza reached 5 stream streak. I hope I said that night. Kier97 Gayuza. I feel like there's a secret word there that I'm just not getting. But thank you all for the follows and support over on YouTube. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. Do appreciate it. 130 on watching on Twitch, 106 watching on YouTube, and we'll just continue to build as we go through the night. We're at $1,970 raised, almost $2,000 raised, and we've only been streaming for 40 minutes. Everybody,
because they're legends.
Incredible.
They're legends.
Incredible. Very, very good. Again, do appreciate it, everyone. Just getting something ready. All right. So, what's next? We talked about the April Fools. I thought it was pretty cool. Well done, CIG. I think next, though, let's go ahead and talk the PU monthly report, okay? So there is a lot of stuff going on with that. I do want to sort of jump in and get to talking about that because a lot of good stuff. Let me go ahead and get those windows ready. Okay, everybody. Hope you're ready to talk. Hope you're ready to talk PU monthly report. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Switching over. There we go. All right. Again, thank you for the donations, everybody. Really, really incredible. I salute you all. And good luck with these raffles. Again, let me swing back to this. Every single week we'll be doing a drawing. Okay, here are those drawing dates. So you're not going to have to wait long for these. In addition to all this stuff, we're still going to have all of our free giveaways, courtesy of CIG and other people. So thank you very, very much. I think when we get to $2,000 raised, I'll probably owe you another bean. But let's go ahead and switch over to the PU monthly report. We are going to deep dive this a little bit. I know there's some good stuff in here. I have not read it all. Okay. But we're going to get to it. I know there's some good stuff in here. Okay. Those of you are like me, wanting the updates on the Ironclad and Kraken. Let's hope that they're in here. Okay. Let's go ahead and do it, everybody. All right. AI content here says, usually I don't cover all this stuff, but I figured we'd look into it this month. Okay. AI content. Last month saw AI make numerous fixes while continuing to build for the future. With Alpha 4.7 releasing at the end of March, the team fixed a series of bugs. Okay, that's good. At the same time, support was provided for upcoming mission content with the team incorporating placeholder scripts. So essentially, just more AI behaviors for upcoming mission content and stuff like that. Nothing too crazy. $30 more from Brian Havoc. Brian Havoc is on a tear tonight. He just wanted me to have another bean. Thank you very much, Brian. That was cold-blooded of you, but I do appreciate your generous nature. $2,000, everybody. $2,000. And before I got that out, another $100 coming in from Anonymous for the RSI Perseus and RSI Polaris. Please remember to leave your information so we can get in contact with you when you donate. Okay, make sure you are giving us your name so we can get in contact with you. Your email
GearCon in the chat.
GearCon sharing 200 biddies. Gear, hope you're doing well, buddy. Raising a great amount of money right now. Showed people the schedule of ships being drawn on this channel for the month of April. Incredible stuff. Everyone, GearCon is in chat. Make sure you give GearCon a big giant 07. Give him a little bit of that love. Everyone, don't forget the terms and conditions here for the raffles. We went over this at the beginning of the stream. I'll cover this again here in just a little bit, okay? All right, back to the monthly report. AI features and tech. For Alpha 4.7, AI features and tech solved issues caused by inclusions after breaching and looking into various bugs. I just said bugs. In particular, civilians getting stuck in the cower position. Okay, just some AI fixed tech here. We're gonna sort of skim over this on important stuff here. Team updated behavior used by NPCs moving through doors with manual controls alongside general improvements to the functionality of NPCs requesting a path to end location to check whether a location is traversable. Again, I think all that is going to be key for when we get things like the what do you call it, the Starkitect stuff, where the environments and locations start to really populate across the planet, across the planets. We're going to need all that kind of AI pathing tech. So Quinn says, is that bean coming back on you, Grim? Yeah, it is. I owe you a bean. I'm going to get to a bean as soon as we get done with AI features and tech. I'm going to give you a bean. Says here, on the development side, additional work was done on the Apex Valacar. Now the creature will be limited to moving within its arena, will emerge after X number of seconds, and will request a despawn if not damaged sufficiently within a set number of seconds. Okay, so you can't just like summon it and then not engage. It will then submerge again. Says here, the Copian now uses motive patterns that have been upgraded with a pack-like growling and circling behavior when attacking. Again, so Copian updates. And it says here, for Star Paws, improvements were made to the motive behavior parameter usability elsewhere. Numerous general PU crashes fixed. I mean, overall, I think the big thing here is that I just want to see more flora or more fauna come into the game. Hopefully, that is coming. Yeah.
So the Copion are going to be more annoying.
More annoying. More annoying.
They always come out the worst time.
Yeah, I do hope we get some more hostile fauna, though, because I see the Copians everywhere. It'd be nice to get something else cool. So, everyone, we are now $2,300. The Super Shoe just donated $200 towards the Mercury Avenger starter. Again, everyone, don't forget in your when you donate to try to leave your contact information, your email or whatever, so we can get in contact with you. If you haven't, we'll get back with you on that, but don't forget to try to do that. Okay, I do owe you a bean though, so we're going to do another bean boozle right now. All right, here, let me do the thing. Send it down. Send it down. Lift one up. Okay, and there we go. Yes. Juan
Bellissimo has the dad joke of the show, and
okay,
they said if the flavor doesn't go away, is it a retried bean?
Maybe. I'm going to say maybe. Okay, so we got this one here, everyone. If you can see it, there it is. And that is either going to be toothpaste or berry blue. Now, here's the great thing about this one. Okay, here is the great thing about this one, is that toothpaste actually does taste pretty good. I actually like it, the flavor, so this one's not going to be too punishing. Okay, so if you were looking for me to gag, this is not going to be the bean. So let's go ahead and pop this one away. There we go. It's toothpaste. It actually is toothpaste. I got to tell you, I actually like the taste of it. It's minty toothpaste.
Your palate. It'll cleanse your palate from the bandage.
Yeah. It's minty toothpaste, so it tastes. It's not bad. I'm enjoying it. Okay, I have 3 more to go. Oh, that's because it's every $100. That's right. See, we're going to go through these beans too quick. This is the problem.
That's true.
Okay. Actually, Art, that's another thing for you to track. How many beans I need to do. I got 2 more I need to do here in a minute, or 3 more. I'll get to those in a second. Let's continue on. Character art team progressed with projects for Alpha 4.8 alongside in-game assets. They also continue to work on new gang outfits and support for Starware. Again, great to see. That's kind of what we hear about the character art team every update. It's like they're always working on Starware, and it seems like they're always working on new gang outfits. I don't know about you all, but that seems to be the thing. So yeah. It says here, the concept art team spent the month exploring new heavy combat armors. Again, all this is great. All these specialized armors are really great. I think it'll be even better when Starware fully comes into the game, right? So, yeah. No, Rabbit, we started the 100 thing once we hit about 2,000. So actually only 03 right now. Only 03. We're going to do the next one now. And then we're getting to the exciting stuff. We're getting to the PU monthly report on spaceships. Okay, here we go, everybody. We're going to do the Bean Boozle. Pulled one up. Okay, it always pulls up 2. Sorry about that. I just randomly choose. Okay, I just spilled a bunch of them. I blame Art.
That tracks. I'll take the blame on that one.
Yeah, let me see if I can grab that, because what's going to happen is my dog's
going to roll them in. Well,
yeah, I can't find it. I'll have to find it later. Okay, everyone. This one is either. Let me go to the book here. We got the. Let me hold it up. We got this one here, and that is either going to be. I think that's either going to be cappuccino or liver and onions. So it's not going to be good. I think both of those are pretty gross. So here we go. Yeah, sorry, Rabbit, but yeah. Okay. Oh, real quick before I do that, so that I can delay just a minute. Fire M just donated $200. Thank you very much, Fire M. God, I think the bean thing has to be every $500 because I'm gonna eat this entire thing in one night. You realize that?
It's gonna be bad.
Okay, so we hit that goal. Okay, so I got to get serious on the milestones here. We got to make a new milestone. So okay, put a Fleet Builders episode in the show idea list. We got to do that. We're going to do a Fleet Builders. I'll get on that. We'll start planning it. Let me go ahead and eat this bean here. Oh, wonderful cappuccino. I like it. It's good. It's a little chocolatey. That was not punishing. I really haven't been punished all that much. The bandage wasn't great, but yeah, that wasn't all that bad. I can deal with that. Okay. Let's create a new milestone here. Let's do a new milestone. Okay.
So I've had a couple of people post some ideas. I've got one for concepts used after the ship originally is designed, such as like for the Shiv. Like a concept kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or a possible idea is a fix your fleet with execute.
Okay. What was the first one again?
Another concepts used after the ship originally designed. So such as like the Shiv. So I think what they're trying to say is it was Rugar Blood Moon was the one. So if they could kind of maybe give me some more information. Possibly on what they mean.
Yeah, give them a little bit more information. I like the execute one. I'll need to talk to him about that, but maybe I'll throw that on here. But for now, the one I'm going to activate now is going to be a $3,500 goal, and it's going to be a STARJUMP 1-of-1 custom poster. This means that we will do a. I'll do a poster. Okay. And then the audience can help me design which ship it's going to be on, but we'll do a poster. Maybe it'll be the battle cruiser. I don't know. But we'll do a poster. And then actually, you know what? 1-of-1 ain't going to work. 1-of-1 ain't going to work. Let's do this. Let's do 3 of 3 because I want to give people some chances. So we're going to do 3 of 3. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make 3 of those. Okay. I'm going to make 3 of those. And I will we'll do a Stream Elements and YouTube thing like we usually do sometime in May, and we will pick 3 winners from that to get this special poster if we hit that limit. Okay, that's what we'll do. That'll be kind of an interesting one. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so that one is next, and then our next milestone will be the fix my fleet with execute. I'll just have to get in there and tell him I need him to fix my fleet. We all know my fleet is perfect though, so I don't know what him and Algrid could fix. You know what I mean? I just don't know what they could fix. It's already perfect. GearCon says I would give execute, Algrid, and Old Man Hurston a heart attack if they tried to fix my fleet with me. Yeah, you probably would, Gear. You probably would, dude. Okay. Let's go ahead and get to the next thing. So I owe, how many more beans do I owe?
5.
Oh, for God's sakes. Okay.
Well, let's say you just did the 2. So you did the 2, so you're back to 3.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to do one now here. This one is this is another one that's either pomegranate or old bandage. We know what it's going to be. It's probably going to be old bandage. Here I go, everybody. Oh, God. Ugh. Oh, man. This is an old bandage, but it's really potent. That's really gross. We're going to go on to ships.
So Ruger Bloodmoon said the Shiv was originally released as a Super Cutlass design, which was then canceled and then shows up as a Gray's Market ship.
No. Well, the Shiv and that other ship we don't know of have been in Squadron for a long time. That was really gross, by the way. Oh, God. I can't get the taste out of my mouth. That's really bad. So the Shiv, while it hasn't been Gray's market, the Shiv has been sort of in-game in Squadron 42 for a long time. We've actually seen videos of it 7-8 years ago. I can't get this bean down, by the way. So I don't know if it was meant to be something else or not. But it has been around enough. It's not a new ship. Okay, I got it down. God, that was a nasty one. Thank you, everyone, for making me eat that. I think the Gray's market thing is a new concept, right? And all that, but the actual ship is not new. That's why the Shiv doesn't have like physicalized components and some of that gold standard stuff, because it's actually a really old ship. They just brought it out to have. I think they just brought it out honestly to have something to put out at that time period. So. All right, let's get to the next thing here. We're heading towards our next goal of $3,500. Everyone, we've raised $2,500, and we've been streaming for 57 minutes. That's incredible. That's incredible. Okay, let's get to it, everybody. This is the one we're all waiting for. I'm excited for it. I always wait for the PU Monthly Report for this moment. So let's go ahead and do it. By the way, Art is grabbing some audience questions. We are going to get to that, by the way. This is our first St. Jude stream of the campaign. Okay. Oh, everyone. Art, can we give a shout out to Dad Bod Bard TV, please? Dad Bod Bard TV, give a shout out. Everyone, Dad Bod Bard TV, otherwise known as STARJUMP Ender. He has renamed his Twitch channel, which is exciting. I'll give you a little heads up on that. Ender is kind of rebranding his Twitch streaming because he likes to do variety content, which is very much him. So he's rebranding to Dad Bod Bard, which really fits him well. So make sure you go over there, give him a little follow, give him a little love. Obviously, no STARJUMP Ender or Dad Bod Bard has been pushing along and sort of managing, or I should say, the flag bearer of the St. Jude STARJUMP stuff for many years now, going all the way back to 2023, if I'm not mistaken, maybe earlier. So we want to give a big shout out to Dad Bod Bard. Thank you very much. Dad Bod Bard obviously will be engaged with Play Live, the STARJUMP Play Live this year as well. You'll be able to watch content over there. He'll have ships to give away as well. So big shout out. When I show this calendar here, there will be additional ships on his channel. All the ships can be donated at any time by going to the QR code or the Tiltify link. You can access them anytime from anyone's channel. The reason I'm showing these here, these are the ones that I will do the drawing live on my stream. Okay? Do the drawing live on my stream. He's got stuff he'll be doing live drawings for as well. Okay? So just to be clear on that. And then once again, big shout out to our boy GearCon, who is in chat right now. GearCon, salute to you, buddy. All those ships that you see have been generously provided by GearCon. We do appreciate it. And of course, shout out to Pigeon Spaceport. They're going to be donating something. And James from Icon City donating a 32-key stream deck that will be given away probably in May. Over on Ender's channel, but lots of good stuff. Really do appreciate everyone. Don't forget to read the terms and conditions here. Went over those over that earlier, but yeah, important stuff to remember. Okay, all right. Enough delaying. We're getting to the good stuff now. We're getting to the good stuff. We're going back to ships. Says here, in the UK, the ship's team progressed with the Gatak Raylan, preparing for its gray box gate review at the end of March. As part of this, the team brought up some areas of the ship to later pipeline standards to help set the tone for the larger Gatak style spaces. So, that's a weird sentence, actually, but really exciting. You can see this image here is of the Raylan. If any of you had any doubt, when I go to open image in new tab, you'll see the new tab is literally called Raylan. So you can see that here. You get a little bit of that stonework from the Sulian that we've seen before, as well as hints of that sort of rose gold and stuff. I've said this all before. I'll say it again. I have honestly really, really excited for the Raylan. This is one of the few alien ships that actually interests me. So again, really excited by it. I hope it comes out well. This image here, while still pretty abstract in nature, honestly has me really excited. I think it looks pretty slick. So I'm sure we'll be analyzing that a lot on a lot of the ship streams. So. Says here, the other real quick thing I'll say about this, and then Art, I'd be curious your opinion on the Raylan. I know we've talked about it a little bit though, but it says here that it just hit its gray box review at the end of March, so we'll need to update the ship tracking chart for that. But remember, this thing is supposed to come out for Alien Week, which is in mid-June. Gray box being at the end of March, April, May, June, but they're really pushing hard on this ship. I would imagine that there's a decent sized team assigned to this ship right now to get it out by that deadline, because like I said, that is a pretty aggressive timeline, right? So, but pretty exciting. Gives us something all to look towards, something all to look, forward to at that mid-June time period, where in the past, when we've had Alien Weeks, we don't usually get anything. It's nice to know that this year we'll actually have something landing. That's going to be really exciting. So, Art, what do you think of the Gatak Raylan? Or Gatak Raylan, however you want to say it.
Gatak. It's not something that's kind of on my radar. I don't like paying the alien tax for something in general, but I'm curious to see what new design stuff we're going to have come out of this thing that maybe will lead into other ships that I may be interested in.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because the Raylan, the Sulian, they're really sort of occupying two kind of size classes of that manufacturer. It'll be interesting to see if at some point we get some sort of alien large ship or alien capital. I do think the Raylan is starting to flirt with the large category of ships. What it remains to be seen what the new scale is. I have a feeling that the ship is the same scale it was concepted at, but I am excited to see if a larger alien ship, because the Raylan will, I think, be our largest alien ship. It'll be interesting to see if that sets the tone for even bigger alien ships to come, because obviously there are a lot of fans of those. And does that mean, eventually we'll get an alien ship that it's in that large 125 meter category on up into capital? I think that'd be pretty exciting. I mean, again, we've seen hints of that. In the Squadron 42 vertical slices, we've seen some bigger alien ships. We just have to see if those are coming to the verse. Bradley67, $30 donation towards the Merchantman. Thank you very much. Let's update our progress bar. Let's go ahead and do that, everyone. Let's do a progress bar update. $2,530 is what we're up to, everyone. That's incredible. Streaming for 1 hour. And our incredibly generous community over here has pushed $2,530 for St. Jude. Again, remember everyone, this is for St. Jude Children's Hospital. It's for their Play Live event. This is for sick kids and their families. These kids suffering from cancer diagnosis and going through treatment. When they go to St. Jude hospitals, everything is taken care of. No cost lands on the families dealing with this, and it's for an incredibly good cause. So if you're one of those people that likes a good cause to donate to, it doesn't get much better than St. Jude, okay? And as we get further into St. Jude streams, I'll have the St. Jude information a little better laid out to help educate on what we're donating to. But you all know St. Jude. You've heard of St. Jude. Very reputable organization that does really great work. And all your donations, by the way, are going through Tiltify. None of that money comes to STARJUMP. None of it comes to me. None of it comes to STARJUMP. It's all going to Tiltify and then on to St. Jude, okay? So you don't have to worry about anything like that. The $25 donation we just got in from Mithras1, I do appreciate that. That's going to take us up to $2,545? 45? No, 55. I think 55. Yeah. 2,000 up. I lost it. Stand by, everyone. I have lost it. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Let me enter that back in. I don't know what happened. This should fix it. Okay, there we go. We're at 2,555, but obviously it's really short now. I got to fix that. Stand by. I hit something wrong. This should fix it. Boom. There we go, everybody. We're at $2,555. Absolutely incredible. All going to St. Jude. Appreciate it. Okay. Let's move on. Got attack Raylan. Exciting. The Grey Cat UTV wrapped up its testing, is awaiting its release into the PU. We were informed already that the Grey Cat UTV was coming within the 4.7 patch cycle, which was kind of interesting. So we were expecting that 0.1 or 0.2 patch. Perhaps the Hull B is part of that 0.1 patch. Perhaps the UTV is part of the 0.2 patch. But if it doesn't come in the 4.7 patch cycle, then it's very possible the UTV could be part of an Invictus like LTI token sort of thing. We don't really know. They haven't distinctly said yet that the UTV is military in any way. But what about the UTV? Art, you excited about that one at all? Does it affect you at all?
I think it's going to be a good around the hair transport.
Yeah,
for me.
Yeah.
I always like to stage a couple like little passenger things on either end of my hangars so that when we're moving people out of the org into the ships, or I'm moving stuff around, or I just happen to walk in, because I always seem to walk in at the other side of the ship that doesn't have the vehicle. So I just put both of them at each end now and call it good.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I mean, a lot of times I use like I'll use the Ursa as just my get about vehicle, but it is kind of big. I would love something smaller, a little bit more utilitarian. That's not the PTV, which I consider a golf cart. So the UTV might be right up my alley. So again, I'm excited about it. We'll see. I know some people in chat here are saying that the UTV is listed as 4.7.1 in the video they showed off. I may have missed that. I don't doubt you at all. It could be coming sooner rather than later. So maybe the whole B and the UTV are all part of 4.7.1. If that's the case, that'll be rather exciting. And then we expect that patch to be the one that, sometime in April, that is the patch before the Invictus patch. The Invictus patch being 4.8. Okay. Okay, let's continue. It says here, we're hoping players will have as much fun with this little vehicle as we did making it. I like the little quotes from the ship team. I hope they do more of that. Here, a Hull B update. Says the MISC Hull B had its combined Loud 0 and final gate review. This was due to some teams coming onto aspects late, which would cause the earlier gate to technically not be passed. However, all other teams' work was done for the later stage. Again, showing that the Hull B has hit its final gate review. It's ready to go flight ready, essentially. I think when it does hit final gate review, that does include the downstream teams. So I do think that includes the downstream teams and, essentially all work being done. You know what I mean? All right, real quick here. Let me grab something, everybody. Just a minute. Okay. Next, the Drake Ironclad. Here it is, everyone. The big one. The one you all want to hear about. I know it. I know you do. The Drake Ironclad and Ironclad Assault and Command Module all progress through their LOD 0 phases. That means it's pretty far along, everyone. Again, very confidently putting us in that time period for Invictus, Drake Defense Con, that kind of thing. Says here that with the team starting a full lighting and detail pass across all three to unify the visuals alongside this, the team returned to the Caterpillar to set it up for the command module. Again, something we kind of knew was happening, right? So exciting news there. That doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to get a lot of Caterpillar work or Caterpillar updates or Caterpillar changes. But again, I think it's going to be all about the Drake Ironclad. Let's go ahead and pop up this image nice and big and take a look at the detail. Art, what did you think when you saw this, or have you seen this yet?
Yep, I've seen it. I like the design on it. I like the greebling. I don't know if I really necessarily like the angle that the picture was taken.
Kind of an odd angle, right?
It's an odd angle. I think they're trying to hide some other stuff They didn't.
Yeah.
They weren't quite ready to show off.
Well, just a little bit to the right here on this side of the picture, we would be seeing the command module, which maybe they were holding off on showing. Obviously, this is focused pretty intently on the command. What do they call that? Command bridge, command deck, whatever. But I agree with you. I like the greebling. I like that we are seeing a bit of decal work here. You can see Drake really small here. You can see Ironclad up here. One other interesting thing of note that I thought was pretty cool was that we have the windows here for the command bridge, but then we also, or whatever they're calling this, I forget what they're calling this. Does anyone in chat remember what that room is called? I forget. But then also up here in set, we have another window, which I thought was kind of interesting. I don't remember seeing that one. We have another window into the interior, so maybe there's another level there that has been fleshed out. So, yeah, what do you think, Art? Excited for the Ironclad? Is this one that will be targeted for you or your org in any way? Is there a role for this ship in your org?
We've got a lot of things lined up for these things. We've got some ideas on some testing on some low orbit dropping that I've discussed with a few of the guys about, how low can we get this thing to where we can detach the command module and just drop this for a kind of like a drop ship, kind of get it to the ground kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or, various other things. We've discussed pocket carrier. We've discussed a mobile resupply for ground vehicles, kind of setting up a logistics hub. There's a lot of stuff we've kind of talked about, but I won't know until I get it actually in game and figure out with it.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I do think this, well, there's sort of two things going on here in this image I think are rather interesting. One, this is the first time we're starting to see this next level. Real quick, actually, $25 from Mithras1. Mithras, thank you very much. We do appreciate you, buddy. If I didn't call that out earlier, I think I did call it out, but thank you very much. And again, thank you everyone for those incredibly generous donations tonight. Appreciate it. But the one cool thing that we're seeing here is we're seeing again an evolution of the Drake Greeble work, the Drake look and feel. And in this image, while there is still that sort of rugged brutalist feel of Drake with like big kind of brutalist design aesthetics, but then with like thin cladding and thin details added, I think that's how Ben Curtis described it before. One thing I would say here is I feel like the Drake panel artwork and just how things look and do feel more refined. In some ways, it feels like it's Drake, but it got like a little sprinkling of RSI on it. Again, just in terms of how these panels and stuff are coming together, it's almost like the industrial version of RSI. Again, a refinement, and I really am like really excited for that. I've always hated the way CIG has positioned Drake, and I do think they are trying to position Drake in a different way moving forward. Go ahead, Art.
It looks more professional. It looks like something that it's not taped together. It's not kind of like our cutter with cables on the floor or the cutlass with cables laying around and stuff like that. It looks more put together.
It's getting a little bit more serious. Yeah.
I hope with our larger ships from Drake and in the future, if we get additional larger ships from Drake, that we're gonna kind of keep this style. And I still want to see a couple capital ships from Drake.
Yeah. I do too. I really do too. Rabbit SC says something kind of interesting here, and I did want to point it out. He's talked about the armor possibly sliding up above the window, and I was wondering that myself too. It's hard to see, but right here, there's a panel. It's a little hard to see, but you can see there's like these little insets, right? Where, as a matter of fact, can I zoom in on that a little bit? Let's see. Yes, I can. You can see here there's like a diagonal where this armor piece is. It goes down, and then there's another diagonal over here. It's behind the donor list right now. Sorry, everyone. I can move that over. Here's that diagonal. Here's this diagonal. And if you look up here at this window inset, there's a diagonal here and another diagonal here. It almost looks like this panel will be able to slide up and cover it, almost like it's a blast shield or something, which is really exciting. I think that'd be really, really cool. But yeah, again, this is kind of, I think probably the to me, this is the part of the Ironclad I was really excited to see. And for those of you wondering why specifically this part, it's because this command bridge here, I do think is going to be used in the Kraken. Now, the Kraken has a double-decker bridge there, but if you line up the Kraken's bridge and the Ironclad's command bridge, whatever it's called, they're actually the same size. So this command bridge here is the same size as the Kraken's window bridge. You just need to make this one double-decker. So what I think this does is it gives us a little bit of a hint on what that Kraken refined look and feel, especially in that bridge area, is going to look like. Because I think it's going to borrow very, very heavily from this. I think that's why the Kraken is right after the Ironclad. There's going to be a lot of wholesale pieces borrowed from it. Go ahead, Art.
So you're discussing, so when you're saying the same size, you're talking about like dimensions wise,
Yeah.
width wise, not necessarily height, of course, but width
Yeah, like
wise.
if you remember on the, let me go over to Hanger Link real quick here. Actually, you know what? Let
I'm
me
a
just,
visual person. I need to see it.
yeah, by the way, Hanger Link Beta has been deployed as the new live version. I just want to go ahead and say that. And for those of you waiting for the Fleet Viewer update, it's here. The ships are in. For those of you waiting for the Moth, the Hermes, in there. By the way, the sizes may need refinement. I'll go ahead and tell you all that. Sorry. We have added the Gladius Dunlevy. We've added the Moth. We've added the Hermes. What else have we added? We added the Aurora. I can't spell Aurora tonight, apparently. We've added the Aurora Mark II. We are going to add it in a flight version at some point. It's in its wing-folded version right now, but that's there. We've also added some org ships from an org that is awesome and helped me out quite a bit. The Enemy Contact Idris. Boom. And the Enemy Contact, where is it? Arastra. So if there's any of my Enemy Contact folks in chat right now, your ships are there. Salute to you. I appreciate you. So we have done the Fleet Viewer update. It is on the live one now. Just a big caveat that the ship sizes might need adjustment. Me and Starlet did not have time to fine-tune those from a scale perspective. I already know I'm going to get people calling me out about it, but the scales have to be adjusted. We'll get to that tomorrow or the next day, okay? But there you go. But anyways, let me pull up what I was going to pull up. Okay, we're going to pull up the Kraken, and we're going to pull up the Ironclad. Okay, so what I am essentially referring to, let me go ahead. I'm going to put this in profile view and a profile view. Essentially, what I was referring to is this window here on the Kraken. Let me load the XD version. Takes a minute to load. Sorry about that, everybody. Okay, so on the Ironclad here, the double-decker bridge, one of these levels, just one, is roughly the same size as the Ironclads. I'm going to bring the Ironclad up here. Now, they've adjusted the Ironclad. It's a little taller, obviously, but you can see here, and it's got some extra greebling on it, but they're pretty close in size. I think it was more this one. Yeah, they're pretty close in size. And they're the same, roughly the same width and stuff like that. So it's close. So I think when we see this image here, that should give you at least a general idea, not exact, but a general idea of how the Kraken's bridge is going to stack up in terms of look, feel, greeble, and all that. So again, I think they're going to borrow it wholesale. They'll obviously make some changes, but I think it's going to be kind of close in terms of just these pieces here, the way the window looks, all that kind of stuff. Okay. All right. Continuing on. Says here, okay, here's our first update about the Galaxy. We haven't received a Galaxy update in quite a while, actually. I know a lot of people were concerned.
Freaking out.
Yeah, freaking out, concerned. Because again, there has not been a Galaxy update in quite some time, but let's go ahead and do that. It says several devs moved back onto the RSI Galaxy, which means some were taken away after a small hiatus helping other projects out. Like other ships in pre-production, they went over the original layout and made adjustments, both for flow and to make use of the ever-growing asset library, all while keeping true to the role and intent of the ship. This involved adjusting the front half of the lower deck to be less isolated and prevent it from leading to a dead end. Other areas were also adjusted to current metrics using suitable assets from other RSI ships. Okay. Let's pause here for a minute, everyone. That sounds concerning if you're a Galaxy owner. Okay. Why?
So what you're saying is to put people on a cliffhanger, you need to do another bean.
Yes, let's do another bean. While I pull out the bean, let's go ahead and say why that's concerning. Because they say the ship is in pre-production, there was a hiatus on it, and they originally told us this ship was coming out at IAE. Okay, IAE is in November, so that does not leave them with a ton of time. We're talking something like 8 months on a large ship, 124 meter long ship that is supposedly in pre-production still. That's a little concerning. Gayuza, thank you for the follow, by the way, earlier. GearCon with the 200 biddies. Do appreciate you. Professor Viga, thank you for the follow. And King Ronan with the stretch. Let me go ahead and stretch. Thank you very much, Ronan. Yeah, it's concerning. I think that if I was a Galaxy owner, I think there would be some concerns over this thing hitting the proposed date of IAE. You know what I mean? I think there'd be some concerns there. Yeah. Sergeant Perry, thank you for the hydrate. Do appreciate it. Don't mind if I do. Now, Quinn does bring up something. He says, with the RSI kit, this is doable easy. I do think it's easier with the RSI kit. But remember, they've got 3 modules they need to create. Not that all of them will be released at its flight-ready state, but at least 2 modules will, the medical module and the cargo module, and it's still a big ship. They do have a lot of work to do is all I'm saying. I think I'm still holding out hope. I still have faith in them, but they've got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. $30 from Anonymous towards the Mercury and Avenger Star Runner. Make sure, everyone, if you are donating, to put your email address in the notes if you can, or a way to contact you in some way. I think we can track it through there, but it just makes it easier if you put the note of your email address. All right, everyone, I got a bean. Here's the bean right there. All right. Let me look here. Let me look. What is this? This is either going to be... Oh, boy. This isn't good art.
Oh, good. Tell me. I'm on the edge of my seat. Tight, man.
That's okay, Dermacabera. We still got you. We still got you. Yeah, this is not good. It's either Barf or Peach. Barf or Peach.
Those are all bad options, sir.
They're all bad options, yeah. DeMarco, yeah, we will be able to get in contact with you, but just for everyone, just a note, just as like a quality of life thing for us, if you can put your contact email in there, that would be great. It just makes it easier for us to... So here we go, everyone. It's either Peach or Barf. Here we go. I'm going to get sick on all this stuff. Here we go. I'm actually scared a little bit. I'm a little scared. These are disgusting.
Do it. Do it.
I can't. Oh.
That's barf?
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good at all. It took a minute to hit. I thought it was Peach for a hot second. Oh.
I thought it was Peach for a second too, based on your face. I was like, this is great.
I need a minute.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, this is not good. This is not good. Everyone, we're doing Bean Boozled. I got the Barf. I just got the Barf bean. It's not good. You all have donated. Oh God. Oh, you all have donated 2,000. Actually, let me refresh the progress bar here. Let's refresh it here while I'm trying to hold down my own bit of barf. You all have donated $2,585 tonight. And damn it, that means I've got to eat some beans, right? That's what it means. I've got to eat some beans, and I am doing that.
It's for the children.
It's for the children. But I've got to admit, it's not good. It's not good at all. I'm going to need a minute. Art, talk for a minute. You know what? Go back to Galaxy. Do you have any concerns about this ship hitting IAE while I try to get this bean down?
I have a few concerns, mainly because they're still trying to figure out layouts and stuff based on what we're kind of discussing there, and it's just, I would hope at this point we would have gotten to the idea of, all right, this is the layout, this is what we're running with. I know a couple years ago when they kicked out the concept, they kind of had that initial layout for us.
Yeah.
But it's just, if we're still discussing that at this point, it's a little concerning. Now, granted, I do think that with as much that they have in the RSI kit, it should be a quick thing to put together. But I just hope it's not a quick mash together and we have another moth situation with things not having environments.
Yeah.
And just not working correctly. I think it's a rush job.
My concern is that my concern is less of a moth situation for me personally and more of a Polaris situation where they get the ship out and you can tell it's going to be good, but they can also tell they didn't have enough time and there's parts of the ship that don't release at a finished quality, like the Polaris. And then we have to wait another year for that to be brought up to, what we call release standard, right? So I do own a Galaxy, to be fair. And I'm pretty concerned that it won't hit IAE. In some ways, though, I don't think it needs to release it, at IAE. I think CIG could revise that. They did say they were targeting it, not that it 100% would be released. They're targeting an IAE release. But you have to think that targeting is more than just a flippant thing. They obviously prepare, several ships to be sold at IAE because promo and marketing materials and website stuff has to be built for that. So I think, it just puts them in a bind where they have to probably have to release the ship at IAE and hopefully get it to the finish line. Now, Gin and Tonic, to be fair, I think that's a great comment, Gin and Tonic, and I'll mention that. You are correct. The complaints about the Polaris were design choices and not incomplete work. That's absolutely accurate. Well,
I'd argue the captain's chair is incomplete work.
Well, you know what? You are right. The captain's chair was incomplete work. It didn't function. It didn't even rotate back in towards the desk, right? Yeah. That was incomplete work. And look, and that's putting aside the idea, and we know this, that technically all ships are incomplete, right? We don't have a lot of systems that ships are going to have.
True.
But yes, I agree with you. There were a few little things actually that were incomplete, but I do get what Gin and Tonic's saying too, that like a lot of the decal stuff and whatnot were things that Ben Curtis distinctly made a decision on. He's since admitted that, that was probably the wrong decision. But either way, it's just one of those things I think about with the Galaxy, because I do think the Galaxy, believe it or not, I think it's going to be it's going to be very much in the Perseus category, where the Perseus category has sort of ended up being the perfect ship for combat-minded multi-crew folks. You know what I mean? It's low crew count. It performs well. People love the design and look of it. I think the Galaxy kind of falls in that same category, except instead of for the combat folks, it's for the industrial-minded non-combat people. This is their Perseus. It looks really cool. It's modular, so it's flexible. It's at a good price point. The crew size is decent. Von Cody, thank you very much for that $40 donation towards the RSI Perseus. Salute to you. Appreciate that. Kirku, thank you for subscribing for 1 month at Tier 1. Do appreciate that. Salute to you for that subscribe. Very much appreciate it. Sideways 2, thank you for the hydrate. But yeah, I think that this has the potential, where I'm going with this has the potential to be a very, very popular ship, and one that CIG does need to kind of get across the finish line, and it needs to be successful, right? It needs to be successful. It needs to hit all those marks. And here's the thing. We don't really have any big reason to doubt CIG at this point. You know what I mean? they did a damn good job on the Polaris, and the new pass they did on the Polaris to kind of bring it up a bit, glow it up a little bit, was fantastic. I think the Polaris is really strong right now, and I'm just talking purely design, by the way. I'm not getting into the nitty gritty of how the ship is performing in combat and all that stuff right now, because until we get to the 1.0 state of this game, I look at that as being temporary anyway. Okay, because I guarantee you the Polaris is going to be rebalanced 50 more times before we hit the 1.0. So I don't focus too much on that. As a matter of fact, I really do feel when we get to 1.0, I actually feel like the Polaris will end up being one of the best combat ships in the game. And one day I'll go into why I think that. But regardless, just from a pure aesthetic standpoint, I think the Polaris, the Galaxy were all home runs. The Apollo was home run. The Hermes was a home run. I think the Meteor was a little hit or miss. The Salvation was very popular with people. The Aurora Mark II has turned out to be very popular with people. So they are on a run here with RSI ships. I mean, they are truly on a run here with them. So the Galaxy, the funny thing is the Galaxy's kind of carrying on. It's taking on a lot of like pressure to be good. Again, in some ways, I would go even further and say that the Galaxy may end up being the most popular of the large ships out there. And when I say large, I'm talking ships between 60, to 125, 126 meters. Right now, I would sort of put the Carrack in that place. But we're about to get two new big contenders in the Ironclad and the Galaxy. And as much as I like the Ironclad, and I've told you all that I'm a Drake fanboy, I really think the Galaxy is going to be like the hotness. That's what people are going to love. And we've seen no previews, no sneak peeks of the Galaxy like we have the Ironclad. I do think they still have time to do it. I think the RSI kit is very well refined. I know we don't have VMXEO and voice right now, but I think VM would definitely chime in there that the RSI kit is in a very good place. But yeah, I would hope, based off what we've seen with the Ironclad, I would hope that we start getting Galaxy sneak peeks sometime in June. Like after the Invictus, after DefenseCon, after Alien Week, get all that stuff passed, because there's a lot of ships I need to sell. But right after that, getting into June, late June, I think we need to, see, some Galaxy sneak peeks to have that confidence that it's going to make it. So we'll see. Moving on. 5 unannounced vehicles also progressed throughout March. The first successfully passed both its white box and gray box reviews and is on track for its Lot Zero review shortly. The team has made great progress on the ship as it has grown from an initially simple idea into something much more complex. I always love those little tidbits. Not much we can glean from that because it's all just sort of evergreen verbiage here, nothing specific to the ship or manufacturer or role. But again, it's always nice to kind of get some hints that there are other things moving along and in progress. So, says here the second approached its Lot Zero review, which means it's very close, probably an Invictus ship. With the devs moving through the interior, which means it's got an interior, while other teams, such as UI, started working on the required updates. The third passed its gray box gate review and is approaching its Lot Zero review at the start of April. The team made some minor adjustments to the cockpit to give the player a better view alongside more refined inputs on the control stick. Let me speak to this for a minute. So when I think, actually, Art, let me ask you this. This is a ship that's moving along, and they specifically mention some UI work that needs to happen because of this ship, as well as some refined input work on the control stick. Does that give you any hints on what this ship possibly could be?
No. Although I will say that it has to be something that is, has to be very precise.
Mm-hmm.
In its placement.
Makes me think
know, what do you
industrial. It makes me think industrial, something like
Yeah.
mining or salvage or possibly refining, like refueling or refining. Refueling makes more sense, but
I would
go ahead.
I would like to say it would be some sort of refinement from like gas, like atmospheric refinement,
Right.
making fuel.
Well, another thing too is there is thinking that because of those refueling missions coming in, was it 4.8? All right, 4.8, that there's going to be another refueler. I think Execute and both myself and Execute are really thinking refueling ship, maybe like a Golem-sized refueling ship, something smaller, because one of the things you're going to be able to do is if you're out working on, out in the verse, you run out of fuel, you're actually going to be able to request NPCs to come out and refuel you. And I can't see that being in a Starfarer, especially if you're just flying a small fighter. I think it's going to be something on this, size of a Golem coming out to refuel smaller ships. And that to me would need to have a new refueling ship would need to have some UI refinement work. Okay, because CIG even said they were doing some refining, some refinement of how the refueling UI was working. And then also fine control on the control stick, more refined inputs on the control stick. Seems like it would work for refueling. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking refueling ship.
The other thing I could think of would be a possible like data running. I know where's Execute when I need him. Data running, being in a precise location to intercept that quote unquote signal.
Right. I really hope we hear more soon about data running ships. You know what I mean? Like, what does that look like? What does that mean? How are data running ships going to work? I'm starting to think more and more that data running ships are going to essentially be hacking ships, right? Yeah. They're going to be ships that instead of you hacking with a tiger shark or whatever they're called, tiger claw, you're going to be a tiger claw. Is it tiger claw or tiger shark?
Tiger claw.
Tiger claw. Okay, yeah. Instead of that's the FPS level. But then I think with data running, there's going to be ship-based level hacking, right? And I think that's what ships like the Herald and the Mercury Star Runner are going to be able to do. They're going to be able to do a large scale sort of hacking attack in order to grab and steal data. That's what I'm thinking, is that those ships are going to, their data running ships are going to be hacking ships essentially, but we'll see. I'm totally making that up as I go, but it seems legit.
A total insane thought of hacking would be nice too, is within reason, of course, but being able to like target a specific ship and maybe turning off couple of its thrusters, or turning off 2 PDCs, or not enough that like completely changes the scope of the fight, being able to completely shut down a ship outside of like EMPs, but just being able to like just mess with it just a little bit would be nice.
I brought up some images here from the Golem concept work that happened a while back. This is in one of the jump point issues, and you can see they were playing with other concepts of the golems that had different tanks and stuff. Now these could have been still mining ships or whatever that just had different size tanks, but you could see how this could be adapted to a refueling ship very easily. It would need the refueling boom put on it, but again, that's what I think this is. Quinn points out a good one. There have been pictures of the raft with tanks on it as well. Gavin Rothery posted that as well. I kind of forgot about that one, Quinn. I'm glad you brought that up. There have been images of a raft, official images from Gavin Rothery, who designed the ship, of a tank variant of the raft. Now, on that particular concept, it was labeled as like a hazardous cargo ship, so it would carry hazardous stuff in those tanks, if I remember correctly. But you could see how it could easily be retrofitted to just being a refueling ship. So let's continue. As mentioned in last month's report, the fourth ship had its gray box gate review following review and feedback implementation. Actually, let me back up and reread that. As mentioned in last month's report, the 4th ship had its gray box gate review following review and feedback implementation. Although this delayed the progress slightly, it will result in a much stronger end result. It's not much to go on there, actually. Obviously the other ones we got a little bit of hint, a little bit of wink and a nod to possibly what they were dealing with, or what their, what path this ship is on, but nothing with this 4th variant, or this 4th ship. We just don't know much about that one, so nothing much to say on it. The UK team's final unannounced ship progressed toward its white box review, so a little further back in the pipeline. This is turning out to be quite complex in terms of animations and states, but the end result will be worth it. I got to thinking about this one, and a ship that transforms in states is really leads me to believe it's one of 2 types of ships. And Art, I don't know if you have any ideas on this one, but to me, this is either another Gattac ship, so another alien ship, as Quinn just said. Again, borrowing heavily from the Gattac branding kit, manufacturing kit that's probably being developed as the Raylan has been in development. So borrowing heavily from that, so a ship that transforms pretty heavily, or it could be a consolidated Outland ship. While the Pioneer has been refined to not transform as much because it was a rather complex ship, it wasn't that CIG didn't like the transforming. As a matter of fact, Ben Curtis even said that was really cool. The issue with the Pioneer was that it had such a huge amount of space that would have been taken up with the ship transforming its original concept that it just didn't seem worth it. It's not to say that other consolidated Outland industrial ships couldn't have transforming parts and pieces that, ships that didn't have as big of a footprint. I mean, I'm leaning more towards it being a Gattac ship, but I could see it being a consolidated Outland ship. Art, any thoughts or opinions on that one? Besides it being the MISC Hull X?
It's definitely the X for sure. I think it could be that, or I think maybe it would be tied to because they've done some stuff with animations a little bit with the Kruger, with the weapon flip outs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's something more towards the lines of that. Would hope to see. Not saying it's tied to the Stingray, because obviously that's already been announced.
That's true. But, which we haven't heard much about it since, though.
No.
Yeah. By the way, everyone, $40 donation towards the Perseus from our good buddy Dillman. Dillman, one of our frequent chatters on the STARJUMP Discord. Thank you for that donation, Dillman. We do appreciate it. We're up to $2,665, everyone. Swinging back over. Don't forget the amazing St. Jude April raffles being drawn on this channel. Some incredible lineup of ships. Our good buddy GearCon, who I do believe is in chat, provided all of these ships for these raffles. So make sure you give GearCon a giant 07. We're looking at all these donations or all these raffles are going on right now. So if you donate, you can look at the ticket prices here to get in on those ships. When you go to donate, you click on the ship or the raffle that you're wanting to donate towards, and make sure when you donate, leave your email in the notes or something so it's easier for us to get in contact with you. But we have a Perseus that we're giving away next Thursday on April 9th. A freaking Perseus, people. One of the hottest of the hot ships in Star Citizen right now. On April 15th, we'll do a Star Runner and Invictus Avenger Titan pack. I need to update that to say that, but that's a combo pack that you could win. Really, really cool. On April 22nd, a freaking Banu Merchantman. Banu Merchantman. Remember, the last we heard from John Crew is that the Merchantman may, I say may, go into pre-production later this year. And I'll be honest with you, I think he's going to stick to that. I really do. I think John is being much more careful with what he says about ships going into pre-production, and I do think the BMM is going to go back into pre-production. So drawing for that on April 22nd, okay? $30 donation for that one. On April 29th, last day of us streaming in April, We have two massive raffles that are going on. Almost called a giveaway. So two massive raffles. One is for the Hammerhead. $35 donation will get you a Hammerhead ticket. Remember, everyone, we're about to get that Hammerhead Gold Standard Pass. Very exciting. And then the next one for a $60 donation towards St. Jude, an RSI Polaris. A freaking Polaris, people. All from GearCon. Thanks to GearCon. I know he's in shadow. 17, buddy. Thanks for all the raffle offerings. Everyone's very excited for it. Let's take a look here. We just got a donation from Anonymous for $40 towards the RSI Perseus. $2,705, everyone. Big thanks to GearCon for offering up these raffles. Do appreciate it.
And just like that, we're back up to 3 beans.
We need to get some beans real quick here. While I eat this bean, I am going to bring up the terms and conditions. Very important to know for these raffles if you are getting in on that. If you're getting in on it, once again, all ships generously provided by GearCon. Winners will be contacted within 5 days of drawing via email. So once we draw the winner, we will contact you within 5 days. Okay. Winners will have 7 days from the time they receive from the time the notification email is sent to claim their prize. Okay. Failure to claim the prize within the specified time will result in a new drawing with a new winner. Sorry, everyone, but we do have to lay out some terms. Okay. All right. The bean has been drawn. I don't know what this is. Let me check the book. Let's check the book, everyone. This is either... Oh, boy. Oh, God. This is not good. I'm scared once again.
This the burnt popcorn?
No, this is either booger or juicy pear. Yeah. Booger or juicy pear. That's not good. It's not good. I'm already resentful of my amazing and awesome, lovely audience for this, but I'm going to do it because I love you guys and appreciate these donations.
They all make my heart happy.
They do.
I'm enjoying watching you suffer.
Yeah, son of a. Thank you. All right, here we go, everyone. It's either booger. Wait a second. What did I say? Let's go back to it. No, what did I say? Booger
or pear
or juicy pear. Yeah. I don't even like.
I don't know what the difference.
I don't even like pear. So
I don't know what the difference between a juicy pear and a non-juicy pear is.
True. The problem here is that I don't like pear and I'm not a big fan of boogers. So this isn't going to be pleasant no matter what. It does look like Ender got a donation over on his channel, $20 for the Misk Starlancer attack. He's doing Starlancer attack giveaways over on his channel. You can donate it through here, though, through the Tiltify link. So awesome there. Congratulations on being the first person to go for the attack. All right, everyone, here we go. Wish me luck. Please be good. Oh.
Pear.
It's pear, baby. It's juicy pear, which I don't like pear, but it's not bad.
It beats a booger.
It beats a booger all day long. All right, here, everybody. Let's go down to the real stuff. Okay, it's time to get serious here. It says in North America, the team continued with the Drake Kraken. The capital ship successfully passed its white box gate review, which was a major milestone for what will be the largest player flyable ship upon release. We'll get back to that. I know some people were asking about it. The team then concentrated their efforts on the main hero rooms, such as engineering, core traversal routes through the ship, and implementing the new bespoke man turrets and weapons. Okay. First things first. I know a lot of people are asking about it. Does that comment mean the Javelin is not coming this year at all? Because last we heard Kraken coming in 2027. By the way, this image here is of the Kraken. It gives you an idea of how massive this ship. Look at the size of these landing gears. That's a mule right there. At the bottom of the ship under here. And massive. Okay. Now, do I think that comment means the Javelin is not coming this year? It seems to mean that, yes. However, I wouldn't make it 100%. I would not bet the house on that. Why? Because CIG does say things sometimes like this, not considering other things. You know what I mean? They do. It just does. Ohio Medic, Ender's new Twitch. It's still his old channel. Just the channel name changed. It's Dad Bod Bard. Dad Bod Bard. And yes, the Kraken is much bigger than the 890 jump turtle. The Kraken is 272 meters long versus the 205 meters of the 890. So quite a bit longer. Quite a bit longer. So Lobster says, why does anyone think the Javelin was going to come this year? Well, there wasn't any clear indication that it was going to come this year. The last we had heard a few years back was that the Javelin will come a little bit after Squadron 42's release. And the idea there was, and then they also said the Idris would release when Squadron 42, the Idris would release when Squadron 42 released, and the Javelin would release a little bit later. Well, we all know the Idris released much earlier than that, as well as other ships that were originally going to be held back for Squadron 42 released early, F8 or F7A, Mark II, and the F8C. Okay, all originally scheduled for Squadron 42's release. So I think there was some assumptions that the Javelin would be brought up on that timeline as well and come out either with Squadron 42's release or sometime this year. It wasn't a bad bet. I think that I think on a previous stream, I said that it was 50-50. I don't think I put, a lot of stock into it, but I said it was possible. I still think it's possible. I think this note here is maybe you could sort of take that sentence two ways. One, it could just be a sentence essentially saying that, look, this is going to be one of the largest player flyable ships on release, and they're just being very specific in that sentence because they're trying to really get across that this is a huge ship. On the other hand, they could be, being very careful with their words here, and specifically it means that this will be the largest flyable player ship on release, which does sound specific. And maybe they're saying that because the Javelin won't be coming. Now, what do I think about that? I am probably leaning more like 80% the Javelin's not coming this year. How do I feel about that? I'm okay with it. I was actually thinking that the Javelin would be maybe a surprise drop at Invictus. I've started thinking that less and less because I think it would be very difficult to hide some clues around it. And we haven't had any of those clues drop, and that could be in the form of weapon updates for the size 9 or size 10 turrets, weapon updates or strings to the size 12 torpedoes. We haven't gotten anything that maybe CIG is doing a really good job holding it back, but and maybe the plan is to release it with Squadron 42 and they don't want to give any hints, so they don't mention it here. Maybe the plan is to stick to their original plan and it releases sometime after Squadron 42, so maybe not till next year. That could still very much be possible. Again, it was never a done deal that the Javelin was coming this year. It was always a 50-50 thing. Go ahead.
I mean, we can always argue too. We could argue the keywords here is the North America team continued with this, so that may be the largest ship that they have released.
Yeah, it's true.
Whereas the Javelin has already kind of quote unquote sort of been released, not been released to everybody, but it's been in the verse.
Yeah. Right.
We've seen it a few times.
And let's don't forget, CIG just says things that are wrong sometimes.
Yeah. Left hand does not talk to the right hand sometimes.
But let me ask you this. Well, I see another reason I thought it was possible the Javelin could come was because of these instance fleets battles. I thought, hey, maybe, again, that being the perfect place to test something like that, maybe they will release it. obvious, maybe not. But that's another bit of ammo that I was sort of making me think maybe. But that being said, is the javelin something? Let me ask you this, Art. As you're part of an org that does a lot of big combat fleet operations, is the javelin something that is, going to be an important part of your org's fleet, arrangement? Is it something you all are looking forward to, and if you are, would you rather it release sooner rather than later, or would you rather it come out at a later date where CIG has the time to bring it into the verse at a higher level of quality than the Idris came out? Because let's be honest, the Idris does have some issues that need to be addressed at some point.
While yes, I could say, hey, I'm totally excited for it. We've got a plan for what we would like to use the Idris. I know we have a few in the org. My concern is, one, it's going to be kind of in the same part where we kind of have an Idris right now, which is there's not really much for it to do except to cause chaos.
Yeah.
And while that's fun sometimes to have an Idris and cause chaos for people, when it happens to you, sometimes you're like, you're out doing bounties and stuff, and your bounty target's on an Idris. It kind of, especially now with these changes, kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
And how many people are we going to have rolling around in a solo javelin? I think they need to get the organizational tools in before we see a javelin.
So those social tools and stuff for managing people on a ship. Yeah.
Loaning ships out to the org and stuff like that would be very important, I think, for a ship the size of a javelin.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think even with ships, honestly, like the Idris and Kraken, we really got to see some. Actually, that it really filters all the way down through all, even medium multi-crew ships. We really do need those tools, not only org level tools, party level tools, but we need crew level tools in this game, because your crew may be made up of a variety of people. You could have a friend on there who's on your friends list, an org buddy who's not on your friends list but is in your org, and then a stranger, all manning your ship that day. You know what I mean? I mean, if any of you've done any of these big events, you've seen how stuff can get organized sometimes. So because of a disparate situation like that, you can't be all controlled via org tools. It could be controlled via party tools, but even parties, I think, are a little bit limited, and it's just really about a group and not necessarily about what that group is currently engaged in. Like, are they on a ship? Are they on the ground as a FPS group clearing a building? I personally would like there to be crew tools that are specifically, essentially they would be party tools that are set up. Guardian, thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate you. Crew tools that are set up to be about crewing a ship with roles, responsibilities, all that kind of stuff, tasking, all that kind of stuff. By the way, $35 donation from Nicodemus towards the Merchant Man. Thank you. And a No More Chemo Party. Thank you very much, Nicodemus. We're up to $2,760. We've already hit a couple milestones tonight, everyone. Thanks to you all, which is incredible. Lifetime STARJUMP fundraising through St. Jude has hit 43,318. And all that is due to you all in chat, the community who donates the money towards St. Jude. I want you to give yourselves a giant 07. It's really incredible. Chokes me up a little bit. A lot of generosity being shown to this fine organization. Last year, STARJUMP was in the top 300 of the St. Jude donators for Play Live. And again, that was all due to how much you all donated. I think it's going to be an even bigger year. I really do. The STARJUMP community has grown. The STARJUMP Grim community has grown. And this community has always, never been shy about showing its generosity. So for everyone in chat, give
I think a double
yourselves.
salute.
Yeah,
Double salute is
I
warranted.
agree. I agree.
A double salute is warranted.
I absolutely agree. Give yourselves an 07 in chat, and I'm going to give you the big 007. And because we're not playing anymore, we are going to. Where's my double salute? Here it is. Because we're not playing anymore, we're going to make it big. We're going with the big 007. There we go. Thank you, everyone. Give yourselves a pat on the back. Give yourselves an 07. Give yourselves a little bit of love. I'm on here streaming, yes, but that's the easy part. You all are donating, and that is the important part. I think GearCon in chat would probably attest to that. And then once again, give Gear an 07 for his incredible donations in the form of expensive spaceships to be used as raffles.
He's a legend.
Legend. And give our good buddy Ender an 07, obviously. Still pushing forward on St. Jude after all these years, even when times are tough. So it takes a village, everybody. It does take a village. It does take a village. And I know all of you in chat have been the driving force behind the St. Jude success we've had over the last couple of years. So, all right. Let's continue on. The Kraken. Let's go back to the Kraken for a minute. So the white box review is important, and it is exciting to hear that they passed the white box gate review, and it specifically has to do with the work on the Ironclad. Let me go back to the Ironclad a minute. Those of you that followed the PU monthly reports and the development of the Ironclad will remember very clearly that the Ironclad spent an inordinate amount of time in white box. As a matter of fact, there was times I was thinking, God, is it ever going to leave white box? And CIG did address that. They essentially said that the reason that the ship had spent so much time in white box is because it was being, its internal flow, traversal flow, and all that was being worked on, and they were spending extra time to make sure the ship was enjoyable to move throughout. The fact that they had an extensive Drake kit was allowing them to build out more detailed versions of the white box progression than they had done in the past, which again further allowed them to better understand how movement through the ship was going to take place, right? But regardless, it spent an inordinate amount of time in white box. It really did. With the Kraken already hitting white box gate review, that means it moved through white box pretty fast, actually, based off when it went into active production, which I heard was around December last year. But so it's moved through white box pretty quickly. That is going to allow CIG more time to spend in gray box, so refinement. And I think that extra time in gray box is warranted because while the Kraken will borrow very heavily from the Ironclad and other Drake ships, let's be honest, the Kraken is an extremely large ship and will have areas that are not shared amongst the Ironclad and other Drake ships. It's going to have unique areas. We know that. And because of those unique areas, the ship's probably going to spend a little bit extra time in gray box to get new geometry created, new beauty geometry and stuff. But it does, from a pure scheduling standpoint, if this ship is supposed to release next year, I do feel they're on good pacing if they've just passed the white box gate review. Now, again, we don't know if it's a Defense Con ship next year. We don't know if it's an IAE ship or what. But I feel like if they're hitting white box at the end of March in 2026, that spells, that leads me to believe they're in a really good place for a 2027 release of the ship and having ample time to get a lot of really good art in there and get it to a high level of refinement. Okay, high level of refinement. We just got a $100 donation for Anonymous. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Congratulations for donating St. Jude. I don't know why I said congratulations. Thank you.
Don't forget, though, with the anonymous donations, make sure you guys are putting your email in there so
Yeah.
that way it's a little easier for us to track.
Yeah. Dad Bob Bard said ignore that 100. Okay. But regardless, I don't know why it sent. Oh, that's a test. Okay, that's a test. That's okay. It's okay. We can do tests. But either way, I think we're in a good place because the Kraken is going to be a newsmaker when it releases, right? See, that's going to be a newsmaker, and it needs to be a ship that is at a high level of detail, polish, all that. I mean, it needs to be a ship that, makes the gaming websites need to be writing articles about it when it comes out. So that being said, you want ample time to do all the work on it. They say here the team then concentrated their efforts on the main hero rooms. So a lot of main hero rooms in the Kraken, such as engineering, core traversal routes through the ship. Again, big ship. How you get from A to B or A to B to C is very, very important. So, that's why they're listing it as a core hero area of the ship. So that's important to see because if you remember from the original Drake cross section, if you've watched my shipyard video, we've only ever seen a 2D cross section of the ship and how it gets back and how you get from front to back of the ship. There's probably going to be other ways and other corridors to get through there. So again, nice to see that they're working on that and considering the A, B, and C traversal of the ship to be such an important thing. I would imagine, I know my name is Sam mentioned it there. I would imagine that goes into things like not only corridors, but the air car, elevators, staircases, Jeffries tubes, all that kind of stuff. And then they talk here about in implementing the new bespoke manned turrets and weapons. Let's talk about that a minute. James Mc35, thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it. By the way, everyone, we're on Twitch. We're at 8,154 followers. It's just incredible. Thank you very much. And on YouTube, we finally crested the 16,800 subscriber number. Whew, that took a while to do. Thank you, everyone. Amazing. This is the first we've heard of bespoke weapons on the Kraken. That's kind of a big deal. The first time we've heard of bespoke weapons on the Kraken. Everything we've seen of the Kraken so far has been just standard weapons scaled up, right? So I think it's got some size 6s. I know it's got the dual size 8 up on the nose. I don't think there's a dual size 8 or a size 8 weapon in game yet, but it was always using like I forget what standard gun it is. I forget which gun it is, but they always use a standard gun model on the Kraken. So this entire time we've been thinking, that it's just going to use normal weapons that you can switch on and off at certain sizes. But here is the first time we're hearing bespoke manned turrets and weapons. Very interested in that. I've had a couple people send me DMs asking what I think about that. And I'll tell you what I think about it. I think that the Kraken is going to get a bit of a glow up in the weapon department. It's very heavily reliant on high crew count to man all of its manned weapons. I think what's going to happen is the dual size 8 on the nose is going to turn into a bespoke weapon that there are 1 to 2 other bespoke weapons that you can switch in and out of the nose. What do you call it? Gimbal, hardpoint, whatever. So I think there's essentially going to be sort of like a weapon kit system for that nose turret. I think there'll be other parts that come with that kit, but I'm really thinking that dual size 8 turret up on the nose will be a kit that you can switch in and out. I could see one of it being the dual size 8 weapon, one being a giant missile pod, missile launcher, whatever. I could see something like that. Again, being modular, or not modular, but bespoke to the Kraken specifically. It would make sense.
I'd like to see a battle cruiser triple gun on there.
Yeah,
that could be bespoke.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I mean, obviously something sized down appropriately, but
yeah. By the way, Ohio Medic donating $20 to the Starlancer attack. Thank you very much, Ohio Medic. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a lot of places they could go. I mean, I've heard crazy things such as, hey, do you think the Do you think the Kraken will get torpedo launch or something? I mean, never say never. I mean, the Kraken does have room on it to push things like that. It really depends on where CIG wants, where they want the Kraken to lean. Do they want it to lean more into the combat role or lean into more of that support role? I personally hope it leans more into the support role myself. So I'm not expecting, I'm not expecting like an Idris railgun attachment for the Kraken, or any sort of like, oh, let's bring over the quad size 10 javelin mount, I don't think anything like that. I think the weapons it has, they're going to be bespoke. Sort of like the Polaris dual size 6 up on the nose.
Medusas, or no, not Medusas. They are.
I think it is.
Midas?
Yeah, I forget the name. Yeah, I think you're right. But essentially, okay, one second. Actually, Ender sent me something here. I want to update my progress bar here, because apparently there's one that will update now dynamically, which is what we want. Hold on a minute, everybody. Go ahead and talk for a minute. VM, while I do this, is going to take a second.
Did you just call me VM?
Oh, sorry, I did. I called you VM because I love you. I called you VM because I love you.
Poor VM. Poor VM.
Poor VM. You got associated. Sorry. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay.
Do I think the Kraken will get a lot of PDCs? I think the Kraken will get enough PDCs to be effective, but not over effective for sure.
Yeah. What are we thinking? How many PDCs does the Idris have right now? Does anyone know offhand how many that the Idris has PDCs, and then how much the Polaris
11.
has? 11? Is it 11?
I think the Polaris, I want to say, has 8.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, I think 8.
Okay.
Then 4 up top and 4 below.
So so Idris 11. So here's the
7.
thing.
Thank you.
Here's the thing, and this is going to require CIG to step out of something it said before, but I really hope they do this. Man, I really hope they do this. And we're going to get into a little bit of a lore discussion here for a minute. So in lore, the Kraken or Drake is not servicing the UEE in any way, really. Especially the Kraken. We've heard nothing of that. The UEE doesn't use it. Their fleet carrier, their carrier the Idris is a frigate, obviously, and then they have the Bengal fleet carrier and stuff, and then they have the regular carriers, like I forget what they're called, but the support carriers, right? The escort carriers. That's what I was searching for. So they have carriers, but we haven't heard anything of like a Kraken being part of the UEE. However, John Crew has previously stated that the Ironclad will not get PDCs because it's not a military ship. Okay. Even the assault variant. So the question becomes, will the Kraken get PDCs because it's not a military ship? It's a light attack carrier, but it's not a military UEE ship, which
my counter argument to that is the 890 Jump has PDCs and it's not a military ship.
Right, but the 890 Jump and the Connie Phoenix are old concepts that were promised to have the PDCs. Now CIG sort of redefine what ships get those PDCs, which, for example, if you were to look at it even from their definition, say, okay, well, all military ships should have PDCs, I would think something like the Carrack should have PDCs. Because the Carrack is a military ship. Now we're using, surplus versions, obviously, right, but it's still a military ship. I mean, we're technically all using surplus ships.
What about the Reclaimer has PDCs too? Was that promised in?
Yeah. Yep. Was it promised in concept? Yes. Some of those old ships like the Phoenix, the 890 Jump, the Reclaimer, they were just originally listed in their concepts as having PDCs. And that was like before CIG had even had PDCs out. It was just back in those old school concepts. right? So we can't judge it based off that, because if we were to base it off that, it's first off, it would just be random what ships get PDCs. And John Cruz stated, not too long ago, just last year, that, military ships are what get more. Well, actually what he said was that the Ironclad was not getting PDCs because it was not a military ship. So if you extrapolate that to the Kraken, it does really make you wonder if the Kraken's going to receive them. Now, here's what I will say. The Kraken really needs them. Really needs them. It's got a lot of blind spots is where I'm going with this. And if the Idris has 11, I could see the Kraken having up to 14. It's a bigger ship. I mean, the Kraken is about 30 meters longer than an Idris. Not quite as wide as the Idris, but 30 meters longer and quite a bit taller, and has more blind spots on it. So for me, the Kraken should probably have at least 14 PDCs. Now, Draco over on YouTube is correct. The Kraken is an industrial ship. It's not a warship, But we'll have to see where they go with that. I do sincerely hope, though, that CIG understands Nano put him with $20 towards attack. Thank you very much, Nano. But I sincerely do hope that CIG recognizes the need for the Kraken to have proper defenses. Again, with so many man turrets on the Kraken, it's really already at a disadvantage because it requires it's very much like the Hammerhead, and that to fully utilize its man turrets, you need people on there, right? So I think we need PDCs to help cover things, and I personally hope that some of the man turrets on the Kraken turn into remote turrets, because those remote turrets, I do think, have a higher likelihood of being able to be AI turret bladed in the future. Someone said, should the Hammer have had PDCs? Yeah, I think the gold standard Hammerhead pass that we're going to get,
it's going to get them.
It's going to have them.
Yeah.
It's going to have PDCs for sure. For sure. Yeah.
I think it's going to have 6.
Mm-hmm. Phoenix says the Gammerhead is an anti-fighter. I think they should change the name to Gammerhead from Hammerhead. I think it's more aggressive.
I mean, so I went back and I looked at the Reclaimer concept.
Whatever you do, don't prove me wrong, though.
No, I won't. Actually, I won't. Because so there's actually nothing in the text that specifically says point defense. Just has some turrets. Can be mounted defensive guns, missile batteries, additional tractor beams. But in the very, very bottom, of course, because I was like, I got you. Got you. The very bottom, it says, it's talking about weapons, and it's got class 4. It's the 2 size 5 side turrets. And it's got class 5, and then it says a size 5 top side turret, and then it says class 9 4-point defense weapons.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
It is definitely in there, so you are correct.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, some of those old.
Not that I would doubt you. Not that I would doubt you, but I just thought, well, let me just look real quick.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, and that's how how it's been explained to me from like Algrid and Execute, some of those people that have been following the game for a long time, that the reason those ships, again, Phoenix, the Constellation Phoenix, and stuff, the reason they have them is because it was part of the original concept package pledge. I don't think CIG would do that now. As a matter of fact, you don't see ships really even promised with PDCs. Well, ships go flight ready now, so we're not giving concepts anymore. But even when you went back to the concept phase, like when the Ironclad was released as a concept pledge, CIG wasn't even mentioning anything about PDCs. You know what I mean? So anyways, Kraken, bespoke weapons, turrets. They say turrets and manned weapon, bespoke manned weapons bespoke manned turrets and weapons. So kind of interesting there.
Rich.
What's that?
Is it up? Are we at 2,800 now? Is
that
updated?
Yes, everyone. We are at $2,800 raised so far this stream. Absolutely incredible. We have about another 40 minutes to the stream. You all have been kicking ass. I mean, our next goal is $3,500, which at $3,500, I am going to do a specially designed Invictus poster that I'll make 3 of them, physical posters, and we will design them live on stream, and I'll do 3 of them, and we'll do a Stream Elements random YouTube comment thing for those to get 3 semifinalists, and all 3 of you will get one. But to design the poster and all that, that is our next milestone. Our next milestone after that will probably be something in regards to a Fix My Fleet with Execute or something. I'll talk to them about it.
The only issue I have with, you know, a certain Perry put in there about Kraken's being beam PDCs, which I'm like 95, 105% sure he's kidding on that. We're not, maybe, I don't know. But the only problem with it is just its range. You know, how do you gauge how far that beam goes out? And then you're going to look at striking your allied ships and all kinds of other chaos and messing with other people's shields. You're going to have to be out on your own with the beams.
Well,
because that wouldn't be in my fleet maneuver, because I'd be getting sideswiped all the time.
You know, another interesting thing about the beams is, or not even beams, just PDCs in general, is active PDCs in a combat zone firing wildly really on the Kraken versus the Idris really kind of hampers your flight operations.
Take off. Yep, flight ops for sure. Unless your ATC had the ability to turn them off.
Right, yeah. And again, we don't totally know how the landing permission system on the Kraken is going to work, or if there will even be one. I've long lobbied that the Kraken does need some sort of, again, we know with resource management, we're eventually getting the ability to control gravity on ships. We know that's coming. They've showed that to us in a video, actually. And that applies to the grav plating as well. The Kraken's deck, like its landing decks, do have grav plating there. So one would think that you are able to turn off the grav lock, mag lock, whatever you want to call it, aspect or attribute of the main landing pads. I hope that's the case when the Kraken comes out. That would also be a way of getting past trolling, people trying to land on the ship when they're not allowed. I hope that control is not only just on a deck by deck basis, but on a landing pad by landing pad basis. So you could control the maglock attribute of pad A or pad B or whatever. So again, there's a lot to think of there, but that whole landing ops thing with the Kraken, since it's up on an open deck, is sort of negatively affected by active PDCs that are firing wildly at enemy ships. As a matter of fact, if you were an enemy org going up against a Kraken, a good way to sort of counter the Kraken would be able to send swarm fighters to sort of occupy its, or I guess swarm, torpedoes or missiles or whatever to overwhelm the PDCs, which in effect lock down fleet operation or flight operations, right? I don't know. We'll have to see.
Well, that's the reason why modern day, carriers themselves always move around in a battle group.
Right.
You've got all these ships to protect. Now, the carrier, by all means, carriers can defend themselves. That's a fact. But having that extra umbrella of protection further out away from the carrier that it doesn't have to protect itself immediately, is important.
Yeah, absolutely. Whoa, got a big donation here, everyone. $210 from Fire M. Fire M, salute to you, buddy. That is a massive donation. Thank you very, very much. Is my progress?
You're gonna have to do a beam.
I'm gonna have to do a beam for that. My progress bar isn't updating, by the way. It was supposed to update. It's not updating, but we're gonna refresh it right now. Let's refresh it. We got to get that big one in there. $3,010 is what has been raised so far. Give yourselves a big hand. We need to do a bean. That's a bean right there. Bean. I owe a lot more beans. I do realize that. We're going to have to do that.
The tracker shows 4 beans.
Holy moly! Wait a minute. Whoa! We just got something. Stroken
Yeah,
Dude
get some
Emil, which is a hell of a name, just gave out 2 community sub gifts. Thank you very much for those gift subs, Stroken. Appreciate it. Your name is it's a name. It's a name. Appreciate that though. Salute to you. Thanks for those 2 gifted subs. Everyone, give Stroken an 07. Give Fire M a big 07. 210 donated. We're going to do a bean here. It is bean time. Let me put the thing down here. You can't see it, but I'm pushing.
And you're at your sub goal.
Did I reach the sub? We did. Sub goal of 10 was just completed, everyone, 1 minute ago. How awesome is that? Fire, for helping us hit the sub goal, we got to do the, I'm going to give you a quick double salute. Let that run for a second. Appreciate that. And the stretch. Appreciate it. Fire M, 210 donation. We're at $3,010. Oh my God. Okay, everyone. Here we go. I got a bean here. This is either, let's pull up the sheet here. This is either burnt rubber or licorice. Now I'm going to go ahead and say licorice. Licorice was my daughter's favorite last year. She is going to do a stream with me, by the way. But licorice was my daughter's favorite. Okay. Burnt rubber is not so good. It is a really nasty bean. I remember that one from last year pretty specifically. It was not fun at all. So give me your thoughts and prayers. Okay. Give me your thoughts and prayers. Okay, everyone. I'm going to get ready here to take this bean. Okay. It's either burnt rubber or licorice. All right. Thank you, Draco. Thank you. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Oh, crap. It's burnt rubber.
It's rubber. It is.
Oh, boy.
The face says it all, ladies and gentlemen.
That's not good. I forgot my name there for a minute. Okay, so the burnt rubber one, just to call it out. Oh, it has the worst spit taste possible. That's all I can say. Like, your saliva turns disgusting. Dad Bob Bard, yes, I got to dust it off, buddy. Got to dust it off. That's horrible. That's horrible. We're lucky I was able to get everything together today for the stream. It's been a very busy day. Oh,
Doing it
man.
live.
For this one, I got to move the mic away from my mouth for a minute. That is bad. And I can tell. Oh, God, it is really nasty. This is one of those ones that's not going to want to go down.
Hey, well, while you're doing that, go ahead and flip it back to the giveaway page, and I will just do some.
Please.
So I can help you.
Please.
Out. So, again, for the month of April, St. Jude Play Live, courtesy of our good buddy GearCon, legend that he is, we are giving away a Perseus April 9th, a Mercury Star Runner, and an Avenger starter pack on April 15th, the Merchantman on April 22nd, the Hammerhead and the Polaris on April 29th. And this is all for the children.
That's
that
true.
means that everything that you donate doesn't go to Grimm's account, doesn't go to Ender's account, doesn't go to my account, goes right to the Tiltify, and from the Tiltify goes 100% right to the kids. That's a great cause. That's
true. Yeah. It goes straight to them. We don't receive any of it. Doesn't pass through our hands in any way. It's going to an incredibly great cause. I mean, these kids have cancer, battling cancer. Their families are going through it with them, obviously. Something like this affects the entire family. And to be able to get the care from St. Jude's without having to worry about where the money is coming from, how you're going to pay for it, and all that is absolutely incredible. So, again, the money you all are donating is going to that cause, okay? And from that, from our friend GearCon, you have the chance to walk away with an amazing ship, just aside from the incredible donation you are making to sick kids and their families. So absolutely. Okay, real quick here. Let me make sure something is working. Okay, sorry. By the way, everyone, my parents are here this week. They leave tomorrow morning, so they were very cool with letting me do this tonight and hang out with you all on their last night. But they understood. They understand what we're doing, and they know it's a big deal. One more time, though. One more time. Let's do a giant 07 to all of you in chat. A giant 07 to Ender, a Dad Bod Bard, a giant 07 to GearCon, giant 07 to Art, helping me out with this this year. And in years past, Art was one of those ones, donating and making things happen, and we appreciate you, buddy. It's gonna be a fun Play Live. It's gonna be a fun Play Live. And in addition to Play Live, in addition to St. Jude Play Live, we have a really great next few months. I mean, a really exciting next few months. We're going into Invictus, then DefenseCon, and then Alien Week. During that whole time period, we have some amazing ships coming out. We're going to have a ton of giveaways that are totally free, not tied to St. Jude, just to get you all in here. Those of you watching the streams, hanging out, you're getting extra tickets. I'm recording that with a third-party app that's taking those 30-minute snapshots. So just by being here, you're getting extra tickets into that Ironclad giveaway. We're going to be giving away every ship CIG sends to me, okay, whether it's a Hull B, whether it's whatever other ship they send, UTVs, Hull Bs, whatever. Plague Dealer just got his Aurora Mark II today. Congratulations, Plague Dealer, for winning that last stream. Want to send a big shout out to CIG for their support. We do appreciate it. James at Icon City is donating a 32-key Elgato Stream Deck for Play Live for us to give away. Pigeon Spaceport contacted me today, the makers of the Scorpius models, you know, that I'm going to review in May. They reached out to me today saying they wanted to get together with me on providing something for the charity event. So the response has been great. But above all that, it's you all showing up, donating to this that is making such a difference. So we really appreciate it. Let's swing back to this image for a minute here. I want to take a look at this image. So this image is really exciting to see. What we're seeing here is we're seeing the landing gears of the Kraken. We know it's the Kraken because when you open this image up, it actually says Kraken in the file. CIG doesn't always do that, but I think they knew this was pretty obvious what we were looking at. What's really incredible is how far along the Drake kit has come. Much like the RSI kit, I think the Drake kit is allowing CIG to take ships to that white box review state and look pretty good. I mean, you can see that here. Now, there's no decaling work on here. There's no palm decal stuff. There's no labeling, all that stuff. But we are seeing material surfaces textured and stuff. We're seeing all that properly represented. That is nice. We saw that previous sneak peek image, which I do have. That is, where is it? This one here. Let me swing this over. We saw this previous Kraken image here, which I loaded up into Blender and compared to the cinematics model. And I can tell you right now, pretty much the entire thing has changed. So all this geometry we're seeing here is new geometry. It's not being pulled from the cinematics model that has been in game for a long time. Again, very exciting, right? So anyways, a lot of work being done on this ship. I've said this before. It's possible, not likely, but possible, we could see the Kraken exterior make an appearance at an upcoming event. Maybe it's in DefenseCon. I doubt it. Maybe. But maybe during IAE this year. Or maybe next DefenseCon. If the ship's slated for IAE next year, maybe it's DefenseCon next year. We could see that exterior. You know, I could see that happening, much like they did with the RSI Polaris, right? But I agree with what someone said there in chat. Who said it? Valisaw said the scale is awesome. And I think that is something that is kind of cool about this, is that even for people that don't own these big ships, the sense of awe and the sense of just excitement that these ships bring to the players at large, I think is really, really cool. I always go back to this old story. Is when I first started playing Star Citizen, and I don't know what I was flying. I think I was flying a Freelancer or Cuddy, something like that. And I was flying into just a ground POI, some mining station, whatever it was. And I came into land and I saw a ship at a distance, or saw this big thing landed at a distance. I was like, what is that? I didn't know what it was. I didn't know the ships like I know them now. But I was like, what is this thing sitting here? And I got closer, and it ended up being a Starfarer. And I ended up just like doing circles around it because I'd never seen anything like this. I didn't even know that was a ship, right? I landed my ship. I got out. I went and walked around that one. I thought it was so huge. And even though I didn't own one, and I didn't think I would ever own one, I don't own one now, it was still exciting to see, right? Because it gave me a sense of where this game, the scale at which this game, will be at some point in the future, where they're, the scale also reminds us that multi-crew is going to be a thing. And again, we've seen even recently big changes with ship attributes that seem to strengthen the idea of large multi-crew ships. But again, it's a sense of hierarchy or growth or scale, however you want to label it, that does get me excited for the game. It's the same thing as when you fly into, Seraphim Station, or when you fly from orbit all the way to ground level. It's those moments that you really don't see in a lot of games that blow you away, right? They make you remember this game. They make you want to show it to your friend, right? Even take Starfield, for example, a game that I thought was fun. I didn't have any issues with it. I have a good friend who's a lead developer on it. But even that game, even with some of the largest ships, I was like, oh, cool. But there's something about the way CIG does ships, the field of view, the sense of scale, the being able to take that large ship from surface all the way to orbit, all the way to another star system, is just really mind-blowing. And again, we haven't seen a lot of games accomplish that. No Man's Sky to some degree, but it still really is a unique thing about this project. And when I see images like this, in this case, the Kraken, it just reminds me that this game has that bit of magic sauce. I don't know how you feel about that, Art, or if that affects you in that way. But, again, there's something really cool about, for example, with your org, you're taking out a Polaris and you've got a fully crewed Polaris. There's magic in that,
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things too where I won't get into specifics of details, but we did an operation with one of the squadrons in our org, and they're more logistical stuff. So it was right at kind of towards the end of Alliance Aid.
Yeah,
and we actually moved ice from Pyro. We had a couple guys that were like just buying ice left and right, storing it up, stocking it, ready for turn missions and stuff. So they moved it to New Babbage, and we moved it in a convoy with, I think we had an Idris there with a couple people on it. We had a fighter kind of scouting ahead. We had a couple Polarises, or we had I think a Polaris, and then I think we had a couple Perseus.
Yeah.
And to get all of those ships together, guarding, C2s and stuff like that, it really puts organization in perspective of how alive the verse can be when you want it to be. When you put the work in, getting the people together, and moving through jump gates together was interesting. Unfortunately, we did lose. I lost some engines and stuff with the gate traversal. We had some issues transferring from system to system. Some people got stuck behind and had to re-jump through. But all in all, it went well. It was a great successful mission. But it definitely made it more enjoyable than me just hopping in a ship by myself or with one or two other people and just flying around and doing Foxwell patrols.
Yeah, and and again, here's the thing. It's like, and again, Real Draco brings up the Pioneer. So there's this idea that things in, especially massively multiplayer games, there's things that you may never attain that still drive you, right? So if you think about games like World of Warcraft or any big MMO, there's certain levels of raids and certain pieces of gear and certain ultra rare mounts that I will never get. But I love that they're in the game. And I love that there's that 0.01% chance I might get it at some point. You know what I mean? I love that idea. So yeah, I mean, I personally, you know, that stuff excites me. And Art, I know you may have to bounce here in a minute, buddy. You feel free to bounce whenever you have to. Hopefully all is well. Me and Art are me and Art are
being
gonna
a jerk.
yeah, me and Art are gonna grab some lunch soon. And when we do, we're gonna take a little group picture. We'll post it on the STARJUMP socials. But
I'll wear my STARJUMP shirt that
yes,
you had made. For
yes,
me.
yes.
I need a new shirt, by the way. I'm wearing mine out.
Oh, okay.
It's I'm gonna have to pick a new ship though. I don't
Yes,
think
yes.
the Cutlass Blue fits me as much as it used to.
So yeah, again, it's one of those things. Let me go back to the Kraken. It's one of those things that, and again, Art, whenever you get a bounce, feel free to. But
Yep. Have a good night.
yeah, thanks, buddy. And we'll get to some questions here in a minute, everyone. It's one of those things. Last thing about the Kraken here, it's one of those things that it just excites me that these big things are coming in the game. It's not just ships. I want to build big bases. I want big space stations. I want big everything. Because those are the goals we're going to work towards, or new players coming into the game when they buy their little starter pack, okay, which again, remember, is all we need technically. When we have that starter pack, they're going to be able to work towards those things, okay? We need that. Every successful MMO, how many MMO players do we have in chat? I imagine we have quite a few. Every successful MMO has had a solid end game, okay? Art, appreciate you, buddy. Everyone, give Artorias Produces a big ol' 07. Couldn't do the show without him. He really kind of helps me. Art helps me, keeps the train on the tracks. He really does. There's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that's happening during streams and before streams that is being done that he does that helps us have a good show. So appreciate that. But again, that being said, it's like, you know, hopefully, you know, CIG continues to build out that end game, even with the game in an alpha state, because when this game hits 1.0, we need to be able, to have an end game from day one, because there's going to be people already active, accessing that end game at that stage. Okay. Okay. There's the Kraken. So we had a couple images from the PU monthly report. Keeping track of beans. Yes, Draco, I owe y'all another bean. We're going to do another bean here in a second. So we got an update here on the Raylan. Really cool. I love what we're seeing here. Really like the nice clean lines. Got a really cool update on the Ironclad. I couldn't be more excited for this ship. I can't wait. The Ironclad is really probably going to be my, I don't want to say my daily driver, because my daily driver is a smaller ship, but the Ironclad is going to be probably my most used large ship. Okay, my most used large ship. Coming in at about that 124 meter range. And then, of course, the Kraken. I mean, you all know, this is no secret to this channel, the Kraken is my favorite ship. So love that it's in development. Love what I'm seeing here. Very cool, very exciting. I mean, how are we going to land this massive thing? I don't even know. Okay, everyone. PU Monthly Report, last thing here, they address the Aurora Mark II. They see here, alongside final support for the release of the RSI Aurora Mark II, an unannounced vehicle continued through the Greybox pipeline, or Greybox phase. Minor adjustments were made to the flow to aid traversal in the rear half of the ship, and additional windows were added throughout. So obviously a ship that is big enough to, a vehicle that is big enough to traverse. The only one I could think of would be like the Axilla, but we know that the Axilla's sort of been announced. I don't know, chat, do you consider the Axilla an announced vehicle or an unannounced vehicle? Oh, Old Man Observer just rated the channel with 76 viewers. Old Man Observer, salute to you, buddy. I need to do a nice shout out to you. Art left, so I lost my producer, but that's okay. I can do a shout out for you. How was your stream? There's your shout out. Everyone give Old Man Observer a follow if you haven't already. Old Man Observer, thank you for bringing your community over here. I really appreciate it. For those that don't know me, my name is STARJUMP Grim. I am the maker, along with VMXEO and Starlet. I am the maker of STARJUMP Fleet Viewer, if you've ever used this app. STARJUMP Fleet Viewer is a project that we've been working on for many years now. And Old Man Observer says, the stream just confirms I'm still the worst pilot in the verse. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Old Man Observer. I might give you a run for your money, buddy. But I do appreciate you sincerely for bringing your community over here and trusting me with your community. So thank you. But yes, for those that don't know, I am the maker of STARJUMP Fleet Viewer, along with my good friends VMXEO and STARJUMP Starlet. So some of you know me from Fleet Viewer, StarJumpFleetViewer.com or Hangar.link. Okay, you can go to any one of those web addresses and check it out. I will paste it right down here for those that have never been there. Yeah, go check it out. In addition, I do streaming and all kinds of video content. You can check my YouTube channel out at StarJump_Grim. Got lots of videos over there on spaceships and all kinds of other stuff. So do appreciate that. Right now, STARJUMP is doing our 2026 St. Jude Play Live campaign, where we are raising money for sick kids, who are suffering with cancer, and their families to get treatment at St. Jude, which is a cancer hospital that allows them to not have to worry about money or anything like that. St. Jude covers all costs for the treatment and the hospital stay, of course, which is incredibly amazing for these sick kids and their families. We have a community member, GearCon, our good buddy GearCon, who has very generously donated a number of Star Citizen ships for us to raffle off for St. Jude Play Live. You can see the ticket prices here. I'll go through. This is just the month of April. We're going to be doing this in May as well. But on April 9th, and you can enter these raffles right now, through the QR code on your screen or the Tiltify link pinned to chat on both Twitch and YouTube. But on April 9th, which is next Thursday, we'll be raffling off an RSI Perseus. I almost couldn't say that. An RSI Perseus. You can get an RSI Perseus ticket with one $40 St. Jude donation via our Tiltify link. Make sure if you do donate, everyone, to put your email address in the notes so we can more easily get in contact with you. I do appreciate that. April 15th. For a $20 donation, we'll be doing a drawing for a Mercury Star Runner and Avenger Invictus Starter Pack combo. On April 22nd, for a $30 donation to St. Jude, we'll be giving away a Banu Merchantman. And then on April 29th, our last show of this month, we'll be doing, for a $35 St. Jude donation, we'll be doing a giveaway or a raffle for a Aegis Hammerhead. Again, gold standard ship coming soon. And then also on the 29th, for a $60 St. Jude donation, you will get a ticket for an RSI Polaris, also to be drawn on the 29th. And then May, we're going to have a whole bunch of more great ships, okay? So you can follow the Tiltify link or the pin to chat, or go to the QR code you see on your screen to the far right, and you can donate now if you want to get in on these. Again, we'll be drawing for one of these every single week, okay? The money does not come to STARJUMP in any way. The money goes directly to Tiltify and then directly to St. Jude, okay? Thank you for all the follows. If you don't want to donate, that's okay too. Hang out with us. Hang out and stay a while as we talk Star Citizen. We just went through the PU monthly report. Again, don't forget the raffles that have all been generously provided by GearCon do have some terms and conditions with that. Make sure you read up on these right now. Winners will be contacted within 5 days of the drawing via email. The winners will have 7 days from the time the email was sent to claim their prize, and then failure to claim the prize within the 7 days will result in a new drawing and new winner. Okay, so thank you, everybody. It's been a successful night. We've already raised $3,010 tonight for St. Jude. So $3,010 from the amazing Star Citizen community. Okay. And then in addition, follow this channel because I do giveaways all the time. I'll be doing a whole B giveaway next week, courtesy of CIG. So stay tuned for that one. All right. let's go to the next thing. Okay, so that's kind of the monthly report. We don't really cover the audio stuff. There's community stuff, of course. Core gameplay, I do like to read through a little bit here. Core gameplay team spent part of March progressing hacking. Good to hear. It's been a while since we've had a bit of a hacking update. With the devs polishing items, improving the tutorial, and ensuring the UI is always correctly aligned to the player. Said here, various improvements were made to weapon handling, such as switching back to the previously held weapon after using a med pen. That's great to see because I've seen a little bit of hitching there. With that, let's see here. It says here, significant work was done towards crafting, which debuted in Alpha 4.7. March's tasks, it's hard to say, included implementing minimum quality requirements for blueprint aspects and the ability to dismantle items that weren't previously crafted. It's good to see. So if you salvage items or find items, you can dismantle them for, core resources. Various additions were implemented too, including the ability to define which blueprints are entitled to the player by default, a HUD notification when a player receives a blueprint, material, and quality information to the tractor beam display, and the ability to stack resource containers. Ability to stack resource containers with the same quality. Okay, that makes sense. Players can now also view owned and unowned blueprints in the crafting UI, which is great to see. I was during Evo, I was a little worried that I didn't see that in there, but it does look like they made that happen. Says here, paging support was given to the crafting machine instead of infinite scrolling for better performance. That's great to see. New resource thumbnails were added to the crafting machine, freight elevator, and inventory resource and quality tracking for freight elevators, and inventories was standardized too. Again, I think this is all work that is filtering out of the inventory rework that was done. So we're seeing some of that same stuff coming over to these other inventory displays. Says here, for engineering, the devs added collapsing headers to the diagnostics MFD, specific warnings to the notification panel, and color ranges for damaged components on the engineering screen. Great to see. I love further engineering updates. We do know that we don't have all of engineering yet. That is something we know. Says here, updates were made to the refueling mechanic. These involve various changes to the docking flow, such as allowing any ship to initiate the docking procedure. Okay, this is important here for something in a minute. This means that the refueling ship, such as the Starfarer, can initiate docking and back up to dock with the ship that needs refueling. Auto docking now triggers when two ships are close enough. The ships also automatically undock whenever the refueling process is complete to smooth the overall flow. Again, another great quality of life thing. We do know refueling missions are coming. This is something that they've mentioned for 4.8. We do know that NPC-based refueling is coming as well. So if you're out in the verse and run out of gas, you'll be able to call upon an NPC to refuel you. That is great to hear. We desperately needed that. With that, I think we can expect a new refueling ship. As I've said many times, and other people have said, I fundamentally think that's going to be a Golem refueling ship of some type. So it'll be interesting to see. Could be a raft refueler. We'll have to see, who knows, but I'm thinking it's a Golem refueler to kind of handle the small ship refueling requests via NPCs. Okay. Looks like Death and Rebirth just donated $25 for 1 day of meals for a patient, probably over on Dad Bob Bard's channel. So awesome. Thank you very much, Death and Rebirth. What else we got here? It says progress continued on Drake's command module. With the team integrating the resource network into the module's handoff procedure, making sure that the host and parasite ship properly connect to the same network. Very important, as we have the resource network now, two ships coming together is a much more complicated thing. Functionality was also implemented to ensure that the shield faces correctly update when the command module is docked and undocked. Great to hear. Again, heading towards, significantly heading towards that DefenseCon release of the Ironclad. And don't forget, everyone, actually, I don't have it up, do I? Do I not have it up? Looks like I don't have it up. Don't forget, giving away a Drake Ironclad on May 31st. It's free to get in on this giveaway. For those of you that came over from Old Man Observer's channel, you can enter this giveaway completely free. You can either scan the QR code or go to the Gleam link that I just posted down in chat there. the Gleam link that says Drake Ironclad giveaway. Get in on that. We'll give that ship away on May 31st. We're going to give away the Drake Ironclad. Okay, totally free to enter. Get in on that while you can. Okay, it's going to be an awesome ship. There's a little preview of it. Transport system is now largely feature complete and going through iteration with the design teams for workflow improvements. We know the transport refactor coming online in Alpha 4.8, again, that Invictus patch. And one can only hope that it really improves the Invictus event, having that new transport refactor going on. So here's hoping, it makes a big impact. It says March's tasks included improving various debug tooling for easier bug identification, which is great. I think it's part of the rework. The setup for Area 18 was completed, which will be used for the initial tech preview test alongside other locations. The team also addressed major issues that caused doors to open into the void and laid the foundation for self-repair functionality. For example, if the carriage gets into a bad state, the transport system can fully reset the network as needed. Makes me wonder if Area 18 will be where Invictus is held this year. I don't know. We'll have to see. Okay, moving on. And by the way, everyone, I am going to get to some Q&A here in just a bit. It says here, toward the mission system, the team fixed various missions causing rewards not to be correctly attributed to progress for event trackers to be incorrectly calculated. That's always good, of course. Progress began on implementing mission V2 functionality into Starkitect, including the ability to dynamically create mission locations without designer intervention, greatly improving the speed of development. This is what I've been waiting to hear. Okay. We got another donation, $50 donation from Radio Rice 1340 for art supplies for St. Jude and towards the Merchantman and Mercury and Avengers starter pack. So thank you very, very much, everyone. I am going to reset our progress bar because it doesn't seem to be resetting for me. There we go. $3,085. Absolutely incredible, everyone. You're all seriously legends. Thank you very much for all the donations tonight. It's incredible. This is what I've been waiting to hear about. I want to hear about the dynamic systems CIG's working on, Starkitect, Starware, all this stuff to populate the game, to take us from the beta environment to 1.0. Okay. We're not getting to 1.0 at the speed of development. We need, 1 second. We need these dynamically generated systems to get to a place where they can fill out the verse to the level we need it. We just need that. So it looks like we're heading that way, which is great to see. And one can only hope that this becomes a focus for them so that we get to a place where it seems like we're lagging and then suddenly, boom, we shoot to beta and then 1.0, okay, in a few years, because hopefully we'll get to a place where the dynamically or procedural tools get to a place where they can sort of take the game development forward at radical speed and get us to a beta or 1.0 state faster. Okay. Anonymous just did a $60 donation towards the Polaris. Very, very nice, everyone. Don't forget, try to put your email in the notes section of your donation if you can. Makes it easier for us to contact you. If you didn't, don't worry. We'll still be able to get in contact with you, but it does help. Just makes things look a little easier. So yeah. 1 second here. Okay. So very cool to see that happen, though. I like seeing that in the monthly report. Said here, ship hangar servicing had its first playable gate, which was met favorably. The team is now working on preparing it for its content teams. Again, we heard about that coming probably 4.8. We know that the ship hangar servicing stuff has got to come with the instanced fleet tactical battles. We know that's got to be part of that. You're not going to be able to refuel in those instance situations, or at least we don't think you are. So you're going to need things like the Idris and stuff like that to facilitate that. Let's see here. Okay, last thing. Finally, for core gameplay, the team is preparing to move on to social features. Okay, finally. That's a big one. That's going to be very, very important for a lot of you waiting for those social features. I know that's going to excite a lot of you, so it's nice to see that they're moving on to that, the core gameplay group. Matt Cole says, not to mention on the programming side, agentic development probably finally starting to speed up some things at CIG. Yeah. Again, I think that we've heard so much work about these core procedural or dynamic systems that CIG is working on, Stark-Attack being a big one, and Genesis tools and all that stuff, but we just haven't seen them cross that threshold. Now, those tools, I think, were specifically held up because of server meshing. But now that server meshing's out, CIG's able to been able to put the appropriate amount of work into those dynamic tools. And once those hits, much like server meshing, what we hope is that once those dynamic tools hit, it will, to use the word again, dynamically speed up development of the game. So, let's see here. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see if there's anything else interesting. We talked about the Valakar thing. Economy here. March saw the economy team moving on to features for Raffle 4.8, which bring new item crafting, commodity trade, and item recovery systems to the verse. So I guess that means item recovery tier 2 will be coming. Maybe that's kind of cool. I'd be excited about that. Oh, looks like we might have a guest, everyone. We'll bring it over. It's Execute from the Info Runners. Execute, how are you, man? Hopefully we just woke Execute up. We'll see. I don't hear him. He's here, but he's muted or something. Or he don't like me.
Sorry.
There he is.
I was having... I've actually lost my voice.
He's lost his voice, everyone. For the first time in history, Execute has lost his voice. How you doing, buddy?
So I've got... I'm okay, but yeah, I really have lost my voice. If I try to talk, it just cuts out. So I got to whisper.
He's got to whisper.
That's the only way I can talk normal. Sorry if it's really quiet.
Well, we won't strain your voice. You need to rest your voice. You need to go make yourself a hot tea. But you've seen the images. I sent you the images from the monthly report. We got an image of the Kraken's landing gears, massive. We got an image of some part of the railing, looking pretty sweet. Got a little bit of that Seulin look. And then we got the command bridge of the Ironclad, which is looking very far along. Initial thoughts?
I was really surprised how much the Ironclad looks like the Clipper and the Cutter.
Yeah.
It's a newer style.
I was saying that it's almost like there's like to me, it's a very distinct refinement of the Drake look. If you look at the way these panels and all look, to me, it's almost like an industrial version of RSI. Things look like it's actually kind of high tech almost, but still a little bit more rugged. It's coming away from like the duct tape look of Drake ships and more to like a more refined industrial look.
Yeah, agreed. Also, the font of Ironclad is exactly the same as the font that was on the Clipper.
Yeah, yeah. So and one other thing we pointed out that you might like to talk about when you're able to do your stream is someone mentioned this, and I agree. This bottom panel here, if when you can see the stream, there's a bottom panel. Actually, I can share my thing real quick here. Let me share my screen here for you to see it. But there is an angle to this one panel here that looks kind of interesting. You can see it here. You can see it over here. There's an angle to that. And when you look at this inset on this secondary window up here, which is a new window, you can see angles there too. I almost wonder if that's a blast shield. But what's interesting about this is we haven't before in previous images of the Ironclad, we haven't seen this window up here. So that's obviously a new window. Pretty excited about that. Again, this looks like a big evolution in the Drake design to me, just personally.
Even other small things like the lights around they're very Clipper, Vulture, things like that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
absolutely. I mean, again, this ship looks far along. They've already stated in the PU Monthly Report that it's hit final art. Like, so we're at that stage now, and that command module stuff is being finalized now. So, you know, me and Execute have both been saying this now for probably a year at this point. Pretty much, actually, we started saying this since last Defense Con when the Ironclad didn't drop. Yeah. It's guaranteed for Defense Con or Invictus, whatever you want to say. It's a guaranteed ship. It's coming.
Well, on the timeline, it should have been out last Invictus,
right?
You know, so it was a pretty safe bet to go. All right, it's the next one.
And it makes sense though that they've spent extra time or maybe longer time with this ship than we thought, especially because this ship specifically spent so long in white box. Again, I think that was because CIG wanted to do all that extra work, spend that time because they knew it was going to affect this ship. There's two variants of the ship, obviously. They knew it was going to affect the Kraken, and who knows, maybe another Drake ship we don't know about. And then obviously, yeah, go ahead.
There'll be a few more. A few more. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and then leading right over to this image, which is of the Kraken's landing gears. We know because the file name is literally called Kraken. Obviously, we're not, I said this early in the stream, but obviously we're not seeing palm decals and labels and stuff like that, but we are seeing some base textures in there showing that the white box phase for ships is getting much more advanced than it used to be because the Kraken just passed its white box review. But just looking at the absolute scale of this ship is just insane. And knowing how much art, kit pieces and all that have got to translate into this ship for this thing to even come out next year. But I will, again, as I said earlier in the stream, the fact that they just passed white box gate review on the Kraken, we've seen a few sneak peeks on it. That speaks very well to the ship being able to hit a next year deadline, whether that's Invictus next year possibly or IAE. I think we're sitting really good on it. So
I get the feeling it's a little bit like the Polaris, where they were wanting to show off the externals. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that could easily happen. I was saying that earlier. You know, we had that other exterior view of the Kraken that was a sneak peek. It looks, to me, it almost feels like they're prepping the Kraken exterior to be seen at an event. Whether that's a Defense Con or an IAE or something, they want us to see it. Maybe it's flying through the verse, maybe it's in a hall or something, but I think they want us to see it much like the Polaris. And I'm all for it. You could also use the exterior for missions like they did with the Idris. So it's dual function. Get the outside done first so you can start using it and then, you know, have the interior creep up on you, so to speak.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. And then of course we got this Raylan look. Obviously, one thing I think that is funny about this Kraken image is usually for the sneak peeks or these little hint images where they don't want to show a lot, they usually have to like put the camera at a little weird angle or zoom in on an area, sort of like they're doing with the Raylan here. But I love how the Kraken is just so big that you can pretty much show two people and a vehicle in the shot and you're still only seeing the landing gears. Which I think is kind of funny. Yeah. And then obviously we got this Raylan image. We're seeing some of that texture carryover from the Sulin.
Yeah. It's kind of to be expected around the same time, a couple of weeks after at Alien Week. I am really intrigued to see this ship. Because of the interior, we had a small taste of it in the Sullian. But I really want to see some more of the style of the Cyan, and we've seen the outside a few times, but I think the inside is a really important aspect going forward as we go into bigger ships and stuff like that.
Well, one of the things mentioned in the PU Monthly Report is another ship in development that has some complex transforming aspects to it. Makes me think Gattac, you know what I mean? Not that there's other manufacturers that do a little bit of that. We've seen a little bit of it with MISC. We've seen a little bit of it with, you know, the original Pioneer concept, but Gattac is really the manufacturer that we see transforms, you know?
I think you'd agree with me. Over the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of batches, so to speak. Like, You don't just get one. You know, they go out and they'll make 2 or 3 drag ships for the year, excuse me, I'm expecting the same for the attack.
Yeah. You know, someone in chat here on YouTube, Enderfan7363 says, thoughts on the Raylan material change? You know, so this is an interesting question. We didn't really have a clear idea of the Raylan materials from its concept imagery. It was a little kind of vague in terms of what those materials were. That being said, we kind of thought when we got the Sulin that we were going to get some of those texture attributes into the Raylan. And here's the interesting thing, and I do think that's a great question, Enderfan. I would actually say that it's based off size. So the stone texture, which I would call a stone texture on a ship like the Sulin, was always a little weird to me because it made the ship look heavy when it's supposed to be like a tiny little starter. On a ship at the Raylan scale, it might actually work better and feel better. It's a bigger ship, much more substantial, and I think that stone texture might balance better with it.
I can see those same textures in that image, like the stone, the gold. There's a tiny little bit of red there, or maroon. I would argue that purple was the main color of the Raylan, but obviously they use a lot of, you know, that translucent, what do you call it? The changing color.
Yeah, it's I forget like what it's called.
Purple.
But it does shift like in the light a little bit. Yeah. Sergeant Perry. Sergeant Perry says you need to save your voice, by the way.
I'm trying to get it back. It's just like when I talk at a certain frequency, it just breaks. But like if I can find a certain spot, like this one doesn't seem to be too bad, I kind of just talk. But then I go to change and flow my voice and it just breaks and flat lines and no sound comes out.
Well, Bellissimo says iridescent. Zavith says pearlescent. Yeah, a little bit of both of those.
All of the above. All of the above.
I do think, I don't know what we're looking at here on the Raylan, but if I had to choose an area, I think we're looking at over here on the side, this piece right here, and this piece sticking out. This piece sticking out right here on the far left side. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see it. This piece over here, that I think is the turret. And this piece here is the part that the turret hangs into. And the ship has this little, I know exactly where this area of the ship is. I'm pretty sure it's on the rear of the ship. So I think we're looking from the rear forward.
Back right midsection.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So
I agree 100%.
So anyways, that's the new ship stuff. We went over that earlier in the stream. We started St. Jude today. We are kicking ass. The community and our first stream tonight for St. Jude has raised $3,085, which is incredible. We have some amazing raffles. Yeah, it is great. The community's kicking ass. We have some amazing raffles going on from our buddy GearCon who provided them. We're going to be doing a drawing every single week. Next week, we'll be doing a drawing for Perseus. The week after that, the Star Runner and Avenger combo pack. Week after that will be the Merchantman on the 22nd. And then on the 29th, we'll be giving away a Polaris and a Hammerhead. Again, everyone, you can follow the QR code on screen or the Tiltify link pinned to the top of your chat. You can donate. If you do donate, please try to put your email in the notes section of your donation. Again, it just helps us find you a little faster. And when you donate, again, remember, these are the ticket prices to get a ticket for that particular raffle. Okay. It's going to be an awesome April. We're real excited. I want to move on to this next thing. You might have an opinion on this. They released a Squadron 42 newsletter, and some people were disappointed, some were excited, but this one sort of, talks a little bit about the, the equipment for us as players in Squadron 42, kind of goes over the advanced armor here. So what they call it, the Omni CFS Diamond Flight Suit. And that then leans into the weapons. They talk about the weapons. And then a little bit more interestingly, they talk about our gadgets, including a hacking device here. We also see the military multi-tool and stuff like that. But what is specifically interesting to me about this is this little tagline here at the beginning. They say, it's Q1 2026 newsletter, and it's titled Recruits Assemble. Again, not to stoke the flames here, but I know there's a lot of doubt out there, but I think some of that language and the fact that they're showing us the items that we're going to be interacting with and using when we play this game really are hinting towards that they are getting to the end of the runway on Squadron, and that maybe 2026 is going to be the year. Again, I don't want to say that, maybe it won't, but I think this shows some hope on CIG's part. Am I reading too much into it?
No, I don't think you are. You and I have talked many times about it starting to kick off in Invictus.
Yeah.
So I think that's a natural place for it to start.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's a natural place for it to start. I think that it leans into the entire theme of Invictus. And again, sometimes, CIG knows what they're doing with these Squadron newsletters. They've released some interesting ones in the past. One of the ones they released not too recently was, as a matter of fact, do I have it up? Yeah, this one here, which was those how to identify Vandal spacecraft. The interesting thing, again, about that language, how to identify, it's almost like teaching us how to identify what we're going to be engaging. It's all this stuff being sort of, to me, this is very much more like marketing material stuff and not necessarily just like behind the scenes stuff on how Squadron development is going. This is more marketing, gamer audience focused stuff. This is the type of stuff that, for example, this stuff here is this type of stuff you would expect to find in a game manual or on the back of the box, so to speak,
You also notice how the armor itself kind of looks a bit old and shit.
Yeah.
That's because we're at the start of the timeline.
Right.
We start with the shit stuff and we're going up from there.
Yeah. I mean, it's, to me, and again, the fact that they're showing it both on male, female archetypes, again, to me, this is stuff that you would expect to find on like a website for a game that's about to come out, you know what I mean? Where you learn all about the game. This is very like release prep information. You know what I mean? What we're not getting on those Squadron 42 newsletters anymore is updates on like how the building of this environment is going or how the audio team's progressing. We're getting stuff that is very like release centric. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what I told you? We were talking. I didn't realize you were streaming when we were talking. But what I said to you, someone from CIG said, we're going to be extra busy at Invictus this year, as in Infrontus. And I relayed that to Grim. I wonder if that is a part of what they were talking about now.
Yeah. Yeah, one has to wonder. I mean, I feel it. Maybe it's just something in the air. It does feel like something is in the air around Invictus. Now, I've felt like this before and been disappointed, but I do feel like something exciting is going to happen. I mean, again, we know that we're getting the battle cruiser concept at Invictus. That's already going to be kind of a wild ride. It really, it just feels like something's in the air to me, I guess.
So I'm going to share something with you that I was going to talk about on my stream.
Sure.
But I would like to get your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So, I've got to send you some links. So just bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to go back and find them. Hang on. 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll know when the Aurora came out, right?
Mm-hmm.
The day the Aurora came out, they removed the Mustang from the store.
Right, they did.
A couple of days before that, they had this. I'm going to send it to you. So if you can pull that up, that'd be great.
Yep. Let me pull this up.
Sorry, I'm talking a bit weird, but it's easier to talk weird than it is to not talk at all. And then I got one more link for you. I'm just grabbing that now. So read that. You'll notice that it also mentions Anvil there, not just Consolidated Outland in the Galactopedia post.
Yeah, I can read it here. It says accelerated mass design, AMD, obviously. Accelerated Mass Design is electronics design and tuning company founded in SEY 2899. They focus mainly on components for consumer spaceflight, such as the UE 9300 expansion card. The company has also partnered with spacecraft manufacturers Anvil Aerospace and Consolidated Outland to provide exclusive parts for their products.
So next week when the whole B comes out, it'll be like, what, the 9th or the 10th?
Yeah.
And now if you look at that last link I sent you, 2 weeks after that, around the weekend of the 25th, you're going to have this event.
We have the Level Up event in Las Vegas, yeah.
So connecting a few dots here, I think we can safely say it also mentions as a collaboration between AMD and CIG.
Yeah.
So if there's a collaboration, I think it comes down to one of two things. It's either it's a new ship entirely, or it's a Mustang rework. And I think the Mustang rework makes a lot of sense to get your ducks in a row for the release of Squadron for when all the new players come over, which is also why we saw the Aurora.
Yeah, and we also, it makes a lot of sense, not only to get all the starters in a good place, but also to make, we know that they're working on Consolidated Outland stuff, ships and stuff. So we expect materials and kit pieces and parts and pieces and stuff to be, further along, and maybe not direct carries over, but we know they're thinking Consolidated Outlands behind the scenes right now. We know the Forge is in development, Pioneer's in development. So it makes sense. Yeah.
And probably more.
Yeah. And probably more. Yeah, absolutely. Essentially what all this is leading to is it's leading to, again, we've seen the leaks faucet dry up a lot. I mean, we do get leaks, but they're really more data mine leak stuff, strings that come into the Evo builds of the game. There's not as many like multi-month early leaks. Yeah. So
that's showing them closing that gap. So they can be more professional moving forward with the massive new people that come in. It's all lining up, man. You're not wrong. I agree with you if that's what you're trying to say.
Exactly. And I also think what that means for Invictus is, unlike even just last year's Invictus, we are going to get some early indications on what's coming, possibly even stuff related to Squadron 42, but I think it's going to be probably in the second half of April or near the end of April before we start really getting some of that stuff. I think we have to make our way through the 4.7 patch cycle, get through 4.7.1, whatever it is, however many branches they have. Once we get to that 4.8 patch cycle, or leading up to that, when that's an Evo and stuff, I think only then we're going to start to get those first little hints on what is coming in Invictus, whether it's ships or possible game packages or whatever. But I'm excited. I do think it's going to be a really cool Invictus. I'm even if all we were getting was the Ironclad, I would be extremely excited. But
I get the feeling it's going to be a few more.
Yeah.
And I think there's some things either side of it as well. UTC, and a lot of people will snuff at a small vehicle, but as small vehicles go, I think it's one of the cooler ones.
Yeah.
Functionally speaking, Holby's nothing to crow at either. Raelian is nothing to crow at. And then I guarantee you, as you will know, there'll be surprises in there that we're not expecting. Like you and I have been talking about a Clipper variant for fucking ages now.
Yeah.
I do want to do that show with you at some point, by the way.
Yeah, it's on the list.
Tell him what save my voice. Tell him what I want to do, please.
He wants to do a Clipper variant Kit Bash episode. I forget exactly which Kit Bash is, but there's some Kit Bash Clipper stuff. I got to get the Clipper model. I don't actually have it yet, so I got to get the Clipper model.
Kind of like what they did with the cutter, Well, my voice just kind of all came back. Wow. The cutter, because look at the engines that you have on the different cutters, right? Yeah. Look at you take that over the Clipper. Look at the different wings configurations you could do on the Clipper. Look at the room on the back for different engine configurations. And then you go inside the ship and all the extra space in different places and stuff like that. That ship is absolutely ripe for a couple of variants, and the fact that it sits in a really weird way and it didn't really get used in the one that came out, there's other secrets that ship is still holding. I'm positive. it would take a miracle to make me think otherwise at this point.
Well, let's get to some Q&A here. I had some questions come in. Feel free to stick around if you want. Ruger Bloodmoon says, question, do you think they could make a module similar to the Hull X for the Endeavor for multiple modules to create an expanding cargo platform? So first off, have you seen the April Fool's Hull B video today?
Yes, sadly. Yeah. Just want to point out why I'm saying sadly, though. As an Australian, April Fool's was yesterday, motherfuckers.
Right, yeah.
So you're a day late and you're completely a buck short.
So the question being, could they come up with a modular, essentially an expanding cargo module similar to the Endeavor, or similar to the Hull Express? So the short answer is yes, they could do that. I think they won't do that simply for two reasons. One, the Hull X was ridiculously long. It's never going to be that long. But more specifically, an expanding cargo thing like that is a pretty serious level of complexity that we haven't seen in the game yet. And what limitations there would be with that. The Endeavor is already going to be a very complicated ship. So for them to add on yet another complicated system seems kind of like a little too much. But we'll have to see. I mean, I can't answer, but I don't think we're going to see anything like that.
Do you think the Hull B was actually a version of the Hull B? Because it did look new in parts to me.
Yeah, it did to me too. I'm very much thinking the Hull B is going to be that sort of wider bodied ship that we were seeing in today's video. Obviously not silly like that, but I do think it's going to be a wide-bodied ship like that. And then obviously there was that one moment where they showed the Hull B invisible, that it looks like the ship. You know what I mean? Same thing they did with the 404. So I mean, I think, and we're going to find out next week. But yeah, I think that's what it is. I'll tell you this: I do think the Hull B is going to be a very popular ship.
Agreed. Yeah. I think it means the Hull B going into those wider ships. It's leaning into things like the Odyssey and the Endeavor. So it's a shame we lost a little bit of that Wasp-like nature, because that ship was the pinnacle of that. But really, there's not a lot of other ships that had that exact look. It was the most like that, which is probably why they took it the other way, so they could lose that aesthetic. Which is, I wanted that, but they don't. So that's how it goes.
Yeah. Okay, next question here. In the Hull sales brochure, and again on the Hull E description, it talks about modularity and modifying the hull to another role. Do you think this is ever going to be a reality? I want to warp my Hull E into the battle zone bristling with turrets. Essentially asking there, and this is from Nightfisher 6, essentially asking, what's being asked there is, will the Hull E have that ability to be just stuff attached to its cargo panels so that you can turn it into something else? It's a little bit of a split answer. Yes, I think you're going to be able to do that. I think you're going to be able to essentially attach whatever you want to those panels in the future. Yeah. The issue is that when you attach a turret to it, it's not going to be functionable. You're not going to be able to fire with it.
I'm not sure about that. I think it's more like limiting the amount of cargo that can. Well, you can't put more cargo on top of the turret,
right?
Because it takes up that space. So think about the how cargo is layered.
Yeah.
If you have a dead body sitting there, you can't put cargo on top of it. It's that simple.
Yeah.
It's the same analogy in a ship that stacks the cargo really tall. So you have to pick and choose what you do. So if you want to put fucking 4 turrets on the outside of it and then have someone in a spacesuit that's only got an hour of oxygen, and you got to stop and bring them back inside, you see where I'm going, right?
Yeah.
If the combat goes longer than an hour, you're fucked.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
I think the Hull E, though, in general, again, from its cargo adjustment and stuff, they're bringing that ship back down to reality a little bit. So I personally wouldn't expect anything too crazy. Fast Car says, question, what about the Hull K? Could be green, and had it been a tie-in with the Stella Fortuna, to me this feels like a missed opportunity. Fast Car being funny. Fast Car with the jokes.
Scott's too many misconceptions. I just think,
That's good.
yeah, I can play that game too, bro. We'll be here all day.
Yes. And everyone, obviously, Fast Car, a member of the really awesome Soul Citizens. Make sure I'm going to give them a little shout out here if it works. There you go. Make sure you go give Soul Citizens a little bit of love. They make great content as well, including let me do the for info runners. Make sure you go give info runners a little love as well. There you go. But yes, next question here. I am Draco says, question, do you think the April Fool's ships will release before the backlog ships? No, because they're getting through the backlog ships. I mean, the Kraken's in development, for God's sakes. I mean, I thought the Kraken, honestly, was going to be like another 5 years from now. 10 years from now.
Let's be honest. Most of the backlog stuff is the really big ships that have been sitting on from like 2014. When you and I looked at it, that's where the slew of them was. Those big ones that were announced all the way back in 2014.
We did a show on that.
Yeah, we did.
And they really fall into two categories, and some of the ships are in both of those two categories. They're either really big or their concept isn't to the modern game. There's a few outliers, but yeah.
I'd also add their gameplay is a little bit in the distance as well. Yeah, would probably be a part of it.
Speaking of concept ships and gameplay, though, there was a really interesting update to the Vulcan's Galactopedia page the other night, where it specifically called out refueling. I don't know if that was like that in the past, but kind of made me wonder.
That's something I would have liked to talk about with you as well. When Rock Cracker went live, they instantly updated the roadmap, and they added all this new stuff
for refueling.
Yeah. Now, I don't know about you, but I see refueling really closely linked with refineries.
Yeah.
And you and I have talked obviously about a Golem variant because it mentions in that roadmap roundup there that you can have a beacon so an NPC can come out and refuel you. Well, you're not going to want to send out a fucking starfarer with refineries and all that fucking fuel for one ship.
Yeah.
So what do? Well, you make a much smaller fuel transporter, and the Golem is perfect for that. You just take the boom arm, swing it to the back, and put a refueling port on it, and then put those round containers you found in the Jump Point magazine on the bottom, whether it's two single back to front or double side to side like on the Ox. It works either way, doesn't matter. And then basically you've got a refueler, and then obviously almost every time they bring in a new gameplay, either refining or refueling, wherever it's coming, it could be a ship that does both. They bring in they're probably not going to do the Expanse. They're probably not going to do the Starfarer because they've been out. They're going to make something new that we don't even know about. Pick your manufacturer. I've heard people say a raft variant would be really cool, and it would be.
It would be.
And it works really well. I can see that, right?
Yeah.
But the point still stands. It's more than likely going to be something new because you've been here almost as long as I have. They almost always have a new ship to go with the new gameplay. They never take something old and release it.
Yeah.
I think the Starfarer is the only time they did that ever, when refueling kind of came in.
Yeah.
And you could tell it was half cooked when it came out.
Even with salvaging, when it came out, while the Vulture wasn't a new ship, it was an existing concept. They focused more on the Vulture for salvaging because they released it with salvaging, where the Reclaimer had been out for a long time, and they did get the Reclaimer working for salvaging. But you could, in all the marketing and stuff, the Vulture was like what they highlighted.
Same with the Mole. When the Mole came out over the Prospector, etc., etc. Yeah, they always seem to bring a new ship because it'll help sell that ship as well.
Yeah. I Am Draco says, question, do you think they will balance power for medium ships like the Asgard? Well, if you're just talking power distribution and all that stuff's going to be rebalanced 50 times between now and 1.0. Yes, the short answer to that is a definite yes.
You got to add batteries, got to add relays. There's so much in there that the system. We're at stage one. Probably got another 5 stages to go.
Yeah. Next question is about the Ironclad control deck here, the one that we're looking at in this picture. Socially Confused says, question, did the Ironclad's control deck always angle down? I don't remember that from the concept. Well, I actually think it's just the weird angle that the image is taken at kind of makes it looks like it's angled down. I think it's more straight on like it was intended.
It's like what happened to the Banner Defender's nose, but nowhere near as bad.
Yeah.
If you remember.
Yes. Yeah. Juan Blisimo says, Raylan, I'm going to switch to our Raylan images, so much we're talking to. Raylan was originally concepted at 320 SCU, but they doubled it at IAE or something, so we're expecting 640 SCU. Was the last we heard that they doubled it? Was that what the last we heard?
They said it's going way up. And I've heard people at CIG say that it's around double.
Okay.
So yeah, and it's probably going to be one of the biggest cargo ships. Actually, I heard Space Tomato say this, but the most amount of cargo on a ship that lands, and I don't think that's accurate because I think it's probably going to be technically something like the Kraken or the Banner Merchantman because they can both land. So.
Real quick, everyone, we just had another donation, $85 donation from Pandamix, donating towards the Merchantman and Misk Starlancer attack. Thank you very much, Pandamix. Do appreciate that. That gets us up to, let me refresh this bar that won't, for some reason, will not refresh for me. That gets us up to tonight. So far in our stream, we have raised $3,230 for St. Jude on our very first stream. So that is incredible work, everyone. Thank you very much. Very, very generous. This community is awesome. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I think we're like Excuse said, we're thinking they doubled it essentially. So, get through some of these questions here. Cody Fox says, question, since they mentioned the Kraken getting new bespoke turrets and weapons, should we take that as the Kraken getting upgunned, since that seems to be the trend when they get bespoke weapons? I've been wondering if the Kraken guns would go up to size 9 now that the Perseus is a size 8 space. Now, going back to the PU monthly report that we were reading earlier, the specific thing they said about the Kraken here, and we'll read it, they said the team concentrated their efforts on the main hero rooms, such as engineering core traversal routes through the ship and implementing the new bespoke man turrets and weapons. That's the exact quote.
That actually disappoints me.
What I'm thinking are bespoke, personally, what I think are bespoke is the main size 8 nose weapon. I think that is going to be very similar to the nose weapon on the Idris, where it is bespoke, but there's going to be a few different things you can purchase as like a weapon kit or something to switch out on that front turret. I'm expecting one to be like a very large missile launcher. One's going to be some sort of big ass gun. And then I think for some of the man turrets, I'm hoping some of them switch to remote turrets, but we'll have to see. You said you're disappointed in that, though.
Should I deliberately misunderstand and assume that the turrets themselves are bespoke, as we know the ship has them, and that way I still get to put any guns I want on it?
Well, bespoke to me is always a bit interesting because I think bespoke is supposed to be slightly powerful than another weapon in that class.
I don't care about that. I want the variety to be able to put what weapon I want on it. I don't like being locked. Okay, so this gun is more powerful, but it only fires once every 5 seconds. Fuck off. If I want to put it on a lighter damage but fire a fasting gun, I should be able to do that. So I'm a bit like what they did with Kruger. If you make a bespoke weapon, then I reckon you need to make 3 of them. A fast one, a medium one, and a slow one, right? It's up to you what you do, but again, I'm just not a fan of bespoke shit because it really locks you in, and you just it completely muzzles whatever that is. I
would want that. I would want that flexibility too, to be totally honest.
Yeah.
Okay, another question here. This is a good one. My name is Sam. 9194 says, question: do you think the Kraken will have more interior space than the Idris? I think it's a little bit of a kind of a two-sided answer to that question. I think, and it goes back to the Idris and the Kraken in terms of what they were developed for. The Idris was developed for Squadron 42. The Kraken was developed for the PU, essentially. I mean, it's not in Squadron. Maybe it's in another chapter, but for now, all we know is it's in Star Citizen.
You can break this down really simply.
Yeah.
The hangar for the Kraken is on the outside of the ship.
Yeah. Yeah.
So therefore, there is more internals on the Kraken. So your answer is yes.
Yeah,
because the outside hangar is on the outside.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. And I think you have to be a little bit more nuanced with it, where it's the type of space. You're saying space; it's the type of space. So I think the Idris, unfortunately, has to have a lot of space in it that is for storytelling purposes for Squadron 42, where the Kraken can focus a lot of its interior spaces on rooms that are actually going to be used for gameplay. That, that is not always clearly good or bad. I mean, there are people that are, they're going to love the Idris because it has so many of these like RP storytelling kind of spaces within it. But you get what I'm saying.
You've missed something though.
Sure.
You're not thinking forward, mate.
Okay.
If you don't think this is going to be an episode 2, you got rocks in your head.
Oh, for sure. I think it will be, but I do think that like the Idris, the Javelin, some of those really old ships that are like hero squadron ships. I just think that a lot of those were like Squadron first, PU second.
Oh, the Hammerhead. The Hammerhead. That's probably the best example you and I can talk about. I am really intrigued to see how that pops out because
the gold standard,
Yeah.
I am Draco says, question, did they confirm if it will have the large builder? I don't know. Draco, you may have to qualify that in chat. I'm not sure exactly what that is alluding to because you asked the question a long time ago, probably. Frank Murphy says, would you agree the Kraken commercial or the Kraken comment of it being the largest player ship on release means no Jav this year? So going back to that, the statement made says here that the capital ship, this is on the PU Monthly Report, and I quote, the capital ship successfully passed its white box gate review, which was a major milestone for what will be the largest player flyable ship on release. So I would answer that, Frank Murphy, in that it seems to indicate the Javelin's not coming this year. That when this ship comes next year, it's the largest playable fighter ship. However, I do think you need to always qualify that CIG makes plenty of mistakes sometimes in their verbiage, and they may just not have accounted for the Javelin coming out. It's very possible. I will say the sentence seems very purposeful, though, so it's very possible that no Javelin this year. Draco's question about did they confirm it will have the large builder is on the Galaxy. No, they haven't. I mean, they've confirmed that it's going to get a base building module at some point, but I don't think that'll be upon release. I don't think we're getting base building.
Did they say base building or did they say manufacturing?
I'm looking at it as manufacturing, but I do think that the community pushback really kind of pushed them into a corner in that it needs to be base building module. But I hear what you're saying.
I think it is a complete mistake to do that because if you know how variants and modular ships work, modular ships are never as good as a variant. So you've essentially asked them to make a duplicate and instantly your ship is not going to be as good as the build anyway.
Right. Yeah.
I think that ship would have been prime for manufacturing, but a ship that can build vehicles and ships, because it can, if you look at the cargo module and the medical module, it can deploy a vehicle like a nurse.
Yeah.
So that you build a vehicle, deploy it. It's got the small little snub bay at the back, so you can build any small little snub or small ship and deploy it. And the advantage you would have is because that ship is out sooner, you would be able to build ships and vehicles in space, not on the ground at an outpost like anyone else.
Yeah.
That is a massive advantage that you would have over those people.
Yeah.
And now you've just got a base builder that's not even as good as the build.
Yeah.
Again, I really hope they push back on the community and make it manufacturing, not base building. I think that's the happy medium.
Yeah, it's because again, it would also be weird if the larger ship, because the Galaxy is a decent amount larger than the Starlancer build in terms of size. It is a little weird from just
It's that thing. A friend of mine made Hangalink. It's really good for the shit like that. You do that, please.
Yes, yeah. Well, I will say that StarJump Fleet Viewer did get updated today. It's now officially version 2. So a lot of new features in the base link. You don't have to go to the beta link anymore. We did get all the new ships in there too, so enjoy. But I will say this: it just would seem a little bit weird that the larger ship, the Galaxy, is slightly less effective at the Starlancer than the Starlancer build, which is a 90-meter ship versus a 124-meter ship. You know what I mean? Just from an optics standpoint.
I'm not seeing any Hangalink with a Starlancer and a Galaxy.
I have to pull it up.
Starlancer and Galaxy.
I have to pull that
Slack.
up.
Didn't come prepared. Slack.
Let's see here. We can quickly rectify that. Let's see here. Let's get the Starlancer attack up, and then we'll get the Galaxy up. Okay, the Galaxy's 110. I was thinking it was bigger, but again, it's still it would seem weird.
I didn't want to argue with you because I knew you were wrong.
But I will say it would be weird from a. I'm just bringing up the TAC, by the way, because obviously we don't have the Starlancer build. But it would seem a little weird though if the Starlancer build was the more effective.
Also, if you open an image that shows you a schematic of the Galaxy, you'll realize how much of that ship is just fucking wings.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Because it's a flying diamond. There's like half that ship is just bullshit space filler. It's essentially Space Buddy.
But it looks so cool.
Video game. It does look cool, but like, again, open this, like, just, man, I'll look for an image and I'll send you.
Yeah. While you're finding that, I'm going to go to the next question here because I got to get through these. Draco says, when do you think they will fix bed logging? I'll be honest with you, Draco. I think it's going to be quite some time before we see a fix to bed logging. I don't think it's anytime soon. I don't think they have a real reason to fix it right now. If I had to guess, I think it's in more the design phase, like the paper design phase, where they're sort of figuring out how it would work in the greater scheme of the game, but they haven't started working on that game feature yet.
I see an image.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
And all I searched for was RSI Galaxy schematic Star Citizen.
Yeah.
And there's a whole bunch of them. But that just shows you there's a lot of fluff on that ship.
Sure.
And when you realize that it's about the same size, it really is just a Starlancer because they are all starting to fall into metrics.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Yeah, I would totally agree with that. And
I'd also probably argue the Starlancer's got more guns. This thing's only got really 2 turrets on the side, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, I'm actually
some guns, and that's it.
I actually was thinking that they're going to give another weapon to this. Doesn't this? I thought this ship too was thinking, or they were thinking about giving it like a nose gun. We'll see, though. We'll see.
A nose job. They want to give it a nose job.
They get a nose job, and a boob job. All right, next question.
That'll look weird. Anyway.
Next question. This one's from Dur Macabre. Question with the Polaris and Idris release. They made their RSI shipbuilding kit. Question with the Polaris and Idris release. They made their RSI shipbuilding kit. With the Ironclad and Kraken, do you think that we will see an influx of Drake ships due to that? Kind of 2 answers. Yes, I think we're going to see some more Drake ships, but we've also been seeing new Drake ships. The cutters, I think the Clipper kind of came out of the work they've been doing on the Ironclad.
I think it's just the ship team having so many more people, they're firing on all cylinders.
Yeah. I agree.
You and I heard reports all last year they were working their ass off. Well, here's the fruits of that labor from last year.
Yeah. Agreed.
It's just the maturing of the ship pipeline, the maturing of the artists.
Yeah.
Even little things like Ben Curtis talking about how he talked to people and listened to feedback and about the signage and how they, what they did with the Perseus, they took it back to the Polaris. Now you even look at the Aurora. The Aurora was covered in signage. Every single component housing was labeled. I didn't even have to open to see what they were anymore. I could just see that it was the battery or the cooler. It was great.
Yeah. Yeah, you're exactly right. All right, here, everyone. We're wrapping up our Q&A and getting close to the end of our stream. We've done a ton of money raising here, up to $3,230. We got a $3,500 goal. By the way, Execute. Chat requested earlier for my next goal. They want me to set a goal. Maybe this will be the $4,000 goal. They want me to do a fix my fleet with you, meaning you and Algrid can fix my fleet again. So.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That was the request.
We've never done it.
Well, I'm Bellissimo. Thank you very much, bud. Yeah, that was a request from chat. So
I've just had a message from Algrid. I'm pretending to read a message from Algrid. If we get to 10,000, in response, Algrid wants you to shave your eyebrows.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it won't be happening. Juan Bellissimo says I owe the bean. All right, I'm going to owe the bean. I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to do a bean boozle here, everyone, because I do owe you some beans. Oh, my good. We just had a raid. Mr. Photog just rated the channel with 46 viewers. My goodness. Mr. Photog, thank you very much. Let me do a shout out for you.
What about one eyebrow?
It's not going to happen.
So 10,000 for one, and then another 10,000 for the other one.
But see, I have to show my face to clients, so it just can't happen.
Children. Think of the children.
Mr. Photog, salute to you, buddy. Thank you for bringing your community over here, Mr. Photog. Appreciate you. Hope you had a great stream. Real quick, let me do some announcements because we just had another raid. Appreciate it. We are doing St. Jude Play Live right now. We have raised $3,230 towards St. Jude tonight. We get some incredible raffles going on, courtesy of our good friend GearCon. With all these ticket prices here, when you donate to the QR code on the screen or you go to the Tiltify link pinned to chat, if you donate $40 towards our St. Jude Tiltify, that gets you a ticket to a Perseus giveaway that we're going to do on April 9th. If a $20 donation will get you entered into our Star Runner and Avenger Titan starter pack combo, which we'll do on April 15th. The Merchant Man was a $30 donation. We'll do that on April 22nd. And then April 29th, for $35 donation, we will be raffling off a Hammerhead. And for a $60 donation, you get a ticket for an RSI Polaris. Here are the terms of that. We just had a $135 donation by Anonymous for the RSI Perseus and Polaris. Remember, everyone, if you do donate, please try to remember to put your email in the notes section of your donation. You don't have to. We can track you down without it, but it is easier for us if you put your email in there. We do appreciate it. But if you forgot or if you did a donation and didn't do that, don't worry. We'll be able to get you. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Read what Von Cody just said. I agree.
What Von Cody said, it would let the clients know that you are completely for sale at the right price. Might even increase your business. That's true. That's true. It would let the clients know that I can be bought. That's true.
Someone also said that my puberty will be over soon. I thought that was pretty funny.
Yes. All right, everyone. I'm doing my bean boozle now. Let me grab a bean. We know it's going to be nasty because I've had a lot of nasty ones tonight. I owe y'all some beans for next stream for sure. All right, here is the bean. It is either a toothpaste or what's the other one? Blueberry. The great thing is I love both of those flavors. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in. I probably owe you another bean here before the stream ends, but let's go ahead and eat this one. Thank you very much, everyone. We are at $43,788 raised lifetime for STARJUMP fundraising, with tonight being at $3,365, an incredible night of fundraising. Let's get to these last few questions. Mr. Photog, salute to you. Thanks for bringing your community over. All right, this was blueberry. This is blueberry. This is a safe one. I owe everyone another bean here shortly. I'm going to eat. So just hang on. Yeah, I had an old bandage and a burnt rubber one earlier. So, all right, everyone. Oh God, I'm sticking to my teeth. Here we go. Last two questions. Devil.game says, question: have you or anyone heard anything about the Drake Complete Pack being sold this year? I would imagine it's sold at DefenseCon.
Yep.
Yeah. So if that's something you're interested in, you should be able to get it at Drake DefenseCon.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Robert Bowles says STARJUMP Graham, do we think they have increased the crew count of the Hull B from 1 person? Good question. I think it has been increased to 2, just based on the amount of cargo it carries and engineering and resources and all that kind of stuff. I think it's going to be a 2-person ship now, but I don't know. What do you think, Execute?
It's always been a 1 to 2 person. I've never known it not to be.
It's one of those ships that I think you're going to be able to operate solo, like a lot of the ships, but with a friend with you, I think you're going to be a lot more effective, not only in loading and unloading, but dealing with engineering duties while flying the ship, all that stuff.
Yeah, well, look at the whole sea when you've got 4 people. I just can't see them not having 2 beds in it. It doesn't make any sense to me not to.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Final question for tonight. Let's see here. Mr. Hudson Hawk says, question, Mr. Graham, do you think we'll be able to carry fuel instead of regular cargo and use it for self-refueling, like some kind of fuel canisters or tanks? So essentially what you mean is instead of a 32 SEU cargo container, you'd be able to carry a 32 SEU cargo tank that has fuel in it. And then you're saying hope you could pull that fuel from your grid to refuel yourself. Kind of 2 questions there. One, I do think you'll be able to carry fuel canisters as cargo. I don't think you'll be able to refuel your ship from your cargo grid. Execute, thoughts?
I think it'll come down to where the fuel connector port is, and is it close to the ground?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
As for different types of cargo, they've been talking about that since day dot.
Yeah. So that is all the questions, everyone. Thank you very, very much. Do appreciate that. I do owe you another bean, and we'll do that right now. We kind of got through
beans.
Huh?
We want eyebrows.
I know you want eyebrows, but I've got some good stuff. We hit some milestones tonight, so we are going to do I've got to do a Fleet Builders episode. I've got to do a kit bashing episodes where we build a hospital ship for St. Jude. So we're going to build a St. Jude hospital ship. That'll be kind of fun. You know what?
Manufacturer you thinking?
You say what? You know what? I don't know. I'm thinking it needs to be. I don't know. That's a good question.
Well, 2 of the hospital ships in game are RSI.
Well, Endeavor Hope.
You could go military hospital.
Could go military hospital. Yeah. I think this should be for kids though. So I think a non-military civilian.
Orion. Not Orion. Sorry. Origin.
Okay.
Origin high-end luxury facial reconstruction.
I like it.
Hospital ship.
I like it a lot. Rabbit SC has a question, says, could the Galaxy get a DM module to enhance its combat capabilities like the new Aurora? Maybe.
They can do whatever they want. That's one of the things that's making it harder and harder to predict.
Yeah.
As these tools are coming online, you'd agree, Grim, they've now got this point where they can almost do anything they want.
I agree.
Like before you could use restrictions, but now those restrictions have removed. It's making it harder, and it's just really hard to detect now.
Yeah, I totally agree. I will say, everyone, Offset just donated $40 towards the RSI Perseus. Thank you very much, Offset. We're now up to $3,405 raised in just this stream alone. Incredible. Time to do a bean. It is time to do a bean, y'all. Let me get the bean pulled up here. Bean Boozle. I got this weird new container, which I don't totally love, but we're going to try it anyway. It always brings up 2 beans, so I just have to sort of randomly choose one. Okay, so here's the bean we got. Let me hold it up to camera. It's this guy right here.
I think you should just eat 2 at a time. That's what the container was telling you.
Yeah, see, then that negates the possibility of getting a good bean. Now, this bean here has the chance of being either wet dog or no. I think you're
missing the point. We don't care.
It's either stinky socks or tutti frutti. It doesn't smell good, so that's not a good sign. Whereas 1081 says, question, what were you saying about something getting updated about the Vulcan the other day? I just saying they mentioned the refueling aspect of it. which could be a sign. Who knows? Maybe the Vulcan's in development. Here we go, everyone. Taking this. Wish me luck. Oh, God. Oh, God.
You know what? I actually wonder
that's
if
stinky
there is any
socks.
merit there. Like, as drone development continued past base building?
I don't know. Oh, God. That's bad.
You really look like you're enjoying that, bro.
And here's
I've never even seen your tongue before today, but yeah, you look like you were loving that.
Oh, and here's the worst part. Like once you get the nastiness in your mouth, you can't. It's like it just doesn't leave. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. So
I think we got a new favorite, boys and girls.
I will say on the Vulcan, one interesting thing is that supposedly we're getting another Aegis ship. I think outside of the gold standard Hammerhead. And then the only two Aegis ships we don't have is the Nautilus and the Vulcan. So it'll be interesting to see if they circle back to one of those. Eagle, thank you for subscribing for 14 months in a row. And by the way, just to call it out, Long Waller Crawler, thank you for the follow. And JS Dragon 56, thank you for the follow earlier. I do appreciate you very much. Thank you.
I would like to see some maturing of the Aegis kit. They've all, they're not as old as some of the other manufacturers. They're only meant to be about 400 years old. But you know how everyone else has at least 2 or 3 distinct styles? They don't really have that, and I think that would be a really good way to bring the Redeemer a lot more into that Aegis fold as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm really keen to see what they're doing with Drake and RSI. What happens when you go back to, because Aegis was some of the very earliest ships, most of them were predominantly Aegis for a really long time. And it'd be really good to see that come back around and get done again.
Well, everyone, that's going to about wrap it up today. Pretty awesome first day of this Play Live event. Bane Law, thank you for the follow. I do appreciate you. I mean, we've raised an incredible amount of money in the first stream. I think that spells a really good for us moving forward. Again, we have some seriously incredible raffles. Again, what you're seeing on screen right now is literally just April. Okay, we still have May, and we also have non-ships that are going to be part of the raffles. We have a 32 key Elgato Stream Deck that's going to be part of the raffles, provided by James from Icon City, as well as some other stuff. Okay, so big shout out to GearCon for supplying all the Star Citizen ship raffles. In addition to raffles, I'm still going to be doing my usual ship giveaways. As you all know, I do have the Ironclad giveaway that will happen on May 31st. Again, completely free to enter that. You saw the screenshot that the CIG shared of the there's the Gleam link for the Ironclad giveaway. You saw the screenshot that CIG released of the Ironclad. It's turning out to be a beautiful ship. We're going to be giving one of those away. We'll probably be giving away a whole B, all that kind of good stuff. So it's going to be an exciting April. And then May, we've got more surprises coming. Trust me, all kinds of cool stuff is happening, raising money for these sick kids and their families. So big shout out to all of you. I think everyone in chat, everyone who came in for the raids, everyone who donated tonight. Oh, we just got $40 from Bane Law and $50 from Heli0013 donating towards the Perseus and the Merchant Man. That is amazing. Let me refresh our bar here because let's see where we're at. Everyone, we are $5 away from the goal we set tonight of 3,500. We are $3,495. Ohio Medic, thanks, buddy. I am planning an Ohio STARJUMP Bar Citizen event soon. I will make sure you get the info. Everyone, we are $5 away. That seems criminal and yet unbelievably amazing on all your generosity. I do sincerely appreciate it. We had Art in here chatting with us for a bit. We had, of course, Execute stop by, even with his crappy voice. He should have been drinking tea and just listening, but he decided to jump in. We do appreciate you jumping in and adding to the conversation. Everyone in chat adding to the conversation. We got through all the questions tonight, so that was awesome. Execute, anything you want to say before we pop out?
No, I need to talk to you after stream though.
Okay. Need to talk to me after stream. Okay, I'll have a little bit.
You're in big trouble. You're in big trouble.
All right, I'll have to deal with that, I guess. All right, let's see here. Do we have another? Let me just see. Do we have more $5? Do we have someone donating $5, or should I donate $5? I want to get us over this limit. Let me see here. Let me see.
Well, you got to donate $6 then.
I do. I would need to donate technically $6. Let's see here. I gotta find the thing. Oh, no need, as I'm finding it. $35 from Nano Pudding towards the Aegis Hammerhead, which puts us at a, let's go ahead and track it. And then $20 more from Ehali. Oh my good. Hopefully I said that right. Let me refresh the page. Everyone, we hit our goal. Look at that. Goal met for tonight. That's all thanks to you all.
I'm going to ask Chad a question.
Okay, ask Chad a question. I'm going to do one more bean because they deserve it.
If Grim agrees to $20,000 for the eyebrows, I will donate an upgrade to that hammerhead to turn it into a Polaris. Does that seem fair?
Does it? Wait a minute. What's the deal?
So I have a CCU from a hammerhead to a Polaris.
Okay.
I will donate that if you agree when we get to $20,000 to shave your fucking eyebrows.
I tell you, it's not happening. You could donate Kraken. I can't do it. My wife would divorce me. It's not gonna happen.
That
actually, you know what? I like Sergeant.
I'm willing to live with that. Are you, Chat?
I like Sergeant Perry's idea. He says here, if Grim gets to 20K, X will shave his eyebrows. I like that.
I will shave my eyebrows if you shave yours.
All right. Well, hey, let me think about that one. All right, everyone. All right, everyone. I'm going to eat this last bean. Let's see here. Let me go ahead and grab it here. This one is, let's see, looks like that. And that means it's either top banana or wet, stinking, disgusting dog. Here we go, everyone. This one's for you, for the amazing donations. I do really appreciate it. Love you all. Let's go ahead and do this. And then we'll wrap the stream up.
Oh. What about 20K to shave your beard then?
Oh God, this is the grossest one yet. Like, I'm not kidding. Oh man. Oh, that is bad. This is wet dog for sure. I didn't know wet dog could have a taste, but it does. And this is it. This is the taste of wet dog.
How do you reckon they found that out? Well, we're gonna need to go around and taste all these flavors.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is quite horrific.
So did you see what Thorn wrote? He said, instead of your eyebrows, how about 20K and you shave your beard?
Yeah. That might be something.
And I'll donate a CCU to turn that hammerhead into a Polaris.
What for what amount? For how much?
For 20,000 total.
For 20,000, I would shave my beard. Yeah.
Yeah.
There'd be a
so
few.
Only at 3.5. So they need like another 16,500 type of thing.
There'd be a bunch of people mad at me actually, but I would do it. I have strong love for peeps. All right, everybody.
And it's got to happen by the 29th of April, and that means you'll have 2 Polaris to give away on the same day.
Oh, that was nasty. All right, everybody, we're going to wrap it up. Again, to close out the stuff tonight, the St. Jude Tiltify stuff will be going on, obviously throughout April, May, even when we're not streaming. I'll pin this to the socials. So, you'll be able to donate towards these donations whenever you want. This specific graphic here, I will have pinned to the Twitter and to the YouTube community post so that you can reference it. This will also be placed in the STARJUMP Discord. In the STARJUMP Discord, there is a channel that talks about the raffles. It has the terms and conditions for the raffles. Again, very important to remember. Again, one more time, I know I've said it a few times, but one more time, big shout out to our buddy GearCon. I think GearCon is in chat. So, oh, my God, I was literally about to raid Dad Bod He rated me. Jesus Christ. Dad Bod Bard, we'll get you on the next one, buddy. I was literally closing the damn stream to raid you. My God. That sounds about right. Big thanks to Dad Bod Bard. I'm going to give Dad Bod Bard a shout out, everyone. We got to do it. Make sure you go over and follow Dad Bod Bard. That is STARJUMP Ender. I did the wrong person because I'm an idiot. It's Dad Bod Bard TV. Hold on a minute. Dad Bod Bard TV. Make sure you go give him some love. We were going to try to raid you tonight, Dad Bod Bard. So unfortunately, you were too hard on the paint. We went a little long tonight because the donations were coming in. This incredible community is just unbelievable, and I didn't want to end it on such a strong night early. Everyone, I want to give a big shout out to Dad Bod Bard, who STARJUMP Ender has been doing the St. Jude Tiltify stuff, or the St. Jude Play Live stuff through Tiltify for many years for STARJUMP. Want to do a big 07 to him. We'll raid him on the next stream for sure. We'll make that happen. He's been doing a lot of hard work behind the scenes to make sure this is a successful year as well. And by the state of things, I think we are off to an unbelievable start. $3,550 on the first night. Incredible. Everyone, I love you all. Stay tuned. We got a lot of great content coming up. I'm going to send you over to, since Jaboy just left, since Dad Bod Bard left, we're going to raid. You know what? I know who we're going to raid. She's sweet. She's awesome. I met her at Quantum Vegas. We're going to raid Granny Q. Awesome lady. Going to send you over there. Everyone, I'll get the graphics up. Make sure you go visit Dad Bod Bard TV. Follow Dad Bod Bard or STARJUMP Ender. Huge thanks to GearCon again for supplying these ships and getting in on these raffles. Everyone, pay attention to the raffle draw dates as well. I'll talk to you all very soon. Have a great night. Execute. Thanks for joining me. Starting this raid. I even made his voice better, everyone. How good is that? All right, everybody. I'm sending you over to Granny Q now, and I'll do a quick hello to Granny Q. Have a great night, everybody. Do a kind thing for a stranger, as Dad Bod Bard says. Have a good one. Thanks, everybody.